Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Life Retry Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The day after he got hit by a truck, Izuku goes to school. Izuku, are you sure? His mom says, even when he's already tying up his shoes, his mom bought him a new one again. He doesn't see why not. Are you sure you feel alright? Yep. I'm sure the school would understand. Izuku zips up to kiss his mom on the cheek. I feel good, Mom, he says patiently. He isn't lying. And I got finals coming up, you know? I can't skip if I want to go to UE after all. That's true. His mom still doesn't look convinced, so Izuku kisses her other cheek. He's almost taller than her now. I'll see you after school, Izuku says. It's a promise. His mother holds it to him. Okay, she smiles. Bags under her eyes, but she looks at him like he is her whole world. I'll see you after school. He steps out of the house. Takes a deep breath. He feels good. His head is utterly empty. He feels good. He feels less. Like he is running on empty in the best possible way. Walking to his train platform, he absent-mindedly places a few yen to the empty beer can, like he always does. The owner, a ragged man who always camps in front of the station before the security chases him out, barely spares him a glance. Izuku doesn't mind. It's crowded, per usual. He gives a seat to a PR gin and tea lady. To his distant surprise, he doesn't even stutter when he offers a "you're welcome" to her thank you. The flashing light from the window keeps the same rhythm as the gentle sway of the train, casting a surreal light in the car. The crowd, and the car, seems like an impressionist painting in those handful of moments. Strange creatures in a strange plane, all weird angles and harsh shadows, caught frozen in the act of being. And Izuku? He is merely an audience. He isn't part of them. He isn't part of the picture. His mind is absolutely silent. His heartbeat, steady, slow. The void is there again, he thinks, but he doesn't worry about it. He can't. He can't worry about anything right now. Today, the ever-persistent anxiety Izuku has been cultivating in his heart for the past years is just not there. Something is wrong. Something is wrong with him. He walks into the classroom with a calmness he never had. His classmates stare at him. He knows why. He jumped off the school roof on Monday and got mauled by a truck on Wednesday. Today is only Thursday. He's had a busy week. So what? He walks to his seat, not minding the stares. Someone had put a flower vase on his desk. That's sweet, Izuku thinks. He puts down his bag. He doesn't move the flower, a single humble white lily. Deku. Something stutters, deep down in the pit of his stomach. An urging, a warning. It's so weak. Izuku couldn't care less if he wanted to. The whole entire world is underwater, and he is on the edge of the pool. Or maybe it's the other way around. Good morning, Kacchan. The ashen, burnt sugar scent he knows so well. The look of disgust and petty contempt and something else Izuku has never seen before in Katsuki Bakugu's face. Izuku recognizes a vague, obscure sensation of something. A knocking at the back of his mind. A low hushed warning. But Izuku wonders idly, he doesn't care, though? You piece of... In the split second when his back meets the wall with a resounding slam, the buried, distant thing somewhere in Izuku's chest stutters. The knocking is rising slowly to a crescendo. He blinks. Sheet, Kacchan sneers. Izuku's collars are balled up in his fists. Izuku frowns. Let go of my clothes. Kacchan freezes, but it doesn't last long. Katsuki Bakugu is incapable of staying silent for more than approximately 3 seconds, after all. What the F did you just say? This is my last spare uniform, Izuku explains patiently. The other one got messed up, you see. The hold in his collar tightens and then explosive goes off. There goes his uniform, he thinks, eyeing the singed edges of the fabric. Darn, Izuku says softly. I told you this is my last one. Don't F with me, you freak, not before, and not after that sheet stunt you pulled. You think you got me fooled with that bullshit? Kacchan's eyes are manic. Blazing red. He looks insane, Izuku thinks. You think just because you. Gnashing, bared teeth. His fists, still curled insistently against Izuku's chest, are shaking with anger. Anger, hatred, and something else. Something Izuku never saw in Kacchan because he didn't think it possible. Like this, snarling and trembling and heaving, Kacchan looks like a cornered animal. With a faraway, clouded surprise, Izuku realizes that Kacchan is afraid. Because I killed myself? Izuku's breath leaves him with a start as his back bangs to the wall once more. The pressure of rough force against his ribcage isn't pleasant. Shut up. Shut the F up. You FING sheet. You little lying FING sheet. You think you're so FING smart. What sort of shitty trick did you pull, huh? He lets go, abrupt and harsh. The air tastes like smoke. You're just a quirkless, useless FANG nobody. Quirkless FANG Deku. Izuku stares. And stares. He looks for it, for that odd, fleeting thing he thinks he saw in Kacchan. The flash of something pitiful beneath all those layers of bravado concealed in childish, petty hate. Distantly, he thinks there is a siren going off in Izuku's head. He thinks there is something missing in Izuku. A piece of him isn't there. Izuku isn't all there. Does it matter, though? Does he care? Not really. You think it's your fault, Izuku ponders out loud, eyes never leaving Kacchan's face, taking note of every shift in his expression. Every frown and every stuttering breath, every cruel curve of Kacchan's sneering mouth. The wild look in his eyes. You think I did it because of you. You think I did it to spite you, don't you? It's brief, but it's there. That flash of fear. Of anger and guilt mixed into one explosive, nauseating bang. What the f are you? I always knew you were a self-centered egomaniac, Izuku says in genuine honesty, but you know, Kacchan, not everything is about you though. The flare of absolute fury swallowing Kacchan's face is the only warning Izuku gets before those hands reach to hurt him again. With a strength Izuku doesn't know he has, Izuku takes those angry hands in a vice grip. The surprise is clear. In a rare second, Kacchan is stock still. Distantly, Izuku registers that the whole class is dead silent, watching the fiasco goes down. Someone should call a teacher. Izuku doesn't really care. I'm going to kill you, Izuku recites. His eyes are pierced hard. Unleaving. Unmoving. That's what you always say to me, isn't it? That you're going to kill me? Izuku pulls those hands in a hard yank, so that they are right next to either sides of Izuku's face. Try it then. Kacchan looks at him. Anger frozen. Dumbfounded, even and scared. This time, the fear is palpable in his eyes. No one else could see it, maybe, but Izuku knows him since they were 4. He's never seen this kind of vulnerable look in Kacchan before, and he is almost fascinated by it. I'm going to be a hero, Kacchan, Izuku tells him calmly. Steady as a pond. If you don't want me to, you're going to have to kill me. So try. It's so easy. It shouldn't take much. One giant explosion or two. He knows Kacchan's capabilities, and he is more than capable to do Izuku in. It shouldn't be much different from blowing his head with a shotgun. Not something Izuku hasn't fantasized about. Something is wrong. Something is wrong with him. Snapped out of whatever shock trance he was in, Kacchan yanks his wrists free with a growl and shoves him back for a good measure. Izuku lets him, and they stare at each other in a tense, anxious instance. Fangi freak, Kacchan spits, finally. His voice shakes from tightly cinched fury and other unnamed, denied emotions. Izuku blinks and doesn't reply. The bell rings. The class begins. No one talks to Izuku for the rest of the day, other than the teacher. He doesn't mind. The teacher takes the flower away though, which is a shame, Izuku thinks. She mutters something about mistakes and counseling, and Izuku really could not care any less. She has always turned the other eye whenever the other kids get rough with Izuku, anyway. Whenever Kacchan starts hurting him, he pays some attention when she gives him the form for future career prospect, though. Barely registering her lecture, he writes, UA High School. In the train, Izuku taps the blunt end of his ballpoint at his volume 14 notebook. It's opened on the first page. He taps a few times more, right on the line where he'd written his name the other day. Midoriya Izuku. He drags the ballpoint halfway down across the page, where he'd written, drawback? Apathy. He scribbles and stops. He scratches the word out and shuts the notebook. His heartbeat is steady, consistent. He doesn't know when the high ends because this must be some kind of a high. Izuku never knows the true meaning of the word carefree until now. Despite everything, he is utterly and completely still. The core of him. He barely fidgets. He doesn't stutter. The fog starts to disperse. Slowly, so very slowly, but he knows. This doesn't last. And he doesn't want it to last. Does he? It's his stop. He gets off. The homeless man isn't at the station anymore. Izuku pulls out his phone. His mom has sent a dozen today. And it's only been 7 hours of school. He replies each of her texts. She doesn't need to worry more than she already has, after all. His station is only a few blocks away from his house. Another block, and he already sees the 7-Eleven he usually goes to. Maybe he should buy his mom some ice cream? Izuku doesn't realize he has stopped breathing until his steps halt. He doesn't know what happened. The next thing he knows is that he is throwing up violently at the side of the street. It's like getting woke up violently by a blaring morning alarm. Like getting hit by cold water, or slammed by a semi-trailer truck at 80 miles per hour to your demise. Izuku retches and heaves. He cringes at the sight. Who's going to clean these up? He thinks in muffled remorse. He always makes messes everywhere. Another wave of nausea blasts him and he vomits until he can't anymore. You okay there, buddy? A pack of tissue offered to his line of sight. He would reply, but he is busy dry heaving on a now empty stomach. His mouth tastes like acid and breakfast. He takes the tissue with trembling hands though and nods. Nodding only makes him look like he's having a seizure on top of his vomit hysteria. He doesn't get it, he thinks, stunned at his own abrupt malfunction. He was all right. He was perfectly fine, and now he can't. Whoa, buddy, breathe, the person says, but it's so far away, so far away. He is the one underwater. He is the one unreachable. Not them. He's sinking fast and quick and there is no lifeline. Izuku gasps, takes a violent, body-wrecking breath. He has never had this kind of panic attack before. He thinks he is dying. Breathe, that's right, keep going, just keep breathing. He doesn't know how long that went on. His legs feel like jelly. He blinks. You're the cashier, Izuku says hoarsely. The 7-Eleven cashier lady stares back at him. She is in uniform, hair still wet from shower. She must be on her way to work. She looks pale, staring at him like he just woke up from a grave. Do you have anyone I could phone? Izuku reels, stuttering forward in a sudden burst of nervous energy. No, that's not necessary. He feels like he just woke up from a long slumber. He is wide awake, anxiety and all. He frowns, struggling to form the words. I'm so sorry, he blurts, after a battle with his brain functions. I'm so sorry. Thank you, I need to go. He needs to go now. Stumbling, he jolts into a pitiful power walk to the vague direction of his house his brain provides. Behind him, he thinks the lady is saying something but he can't handle that right now. He doesn't know how long he's walking, he doesn't even know if he's past the 7-Eleven or the spot where his feet stops in front of his apartment. He takes a moment to lean against the brick wall, grounding pressure on the back of his head. Of course. Joel. He huffs a laugh, maybe a sob. Of course. Before anyone else could notice the mess that is Midoriya Izuku, he drags himself inside. His hands are shaking so hard he keeps dropping his keys as he fumbles his way in. Mom, he calls and hates himself for it. No one is home, she is still at work. Of course. But she can't know about this. She can't know about this. Whatever this is. He blinks tears from his eyes. He can't handle being in this uniform anymore, and in the hurry of getting it off, he almost rips it apart. He stares at the frayed, ashen fabric that's left of his collar. Kacchan. Izuku's legs go down hard under his precarious trembling weight. He hits the floor and he can't even feel it. Kacchan. What was Izuku thinking? Nothing, he realizes with a burgeoning horror. Wasn't thinking. The whole day and he wasn't thinking at all. He struggles to grasp the person he was this morning, the person he was after he woke up in the morgue. The cold, dead thing in his chest. The sensation of unmitigated detachment. The knowledge that he wasn't all there and he was perfectly fine with it. The pure bliss of not giving a single F dash. Izuku isn't stupid. This is messed up. This is wrong. He pulls out his notebook, the tremor still painfully visible in his hand as he opens the cap of his pen. Drawback? He writes, addictive. He slams the book shut. His mom comes home at 5 with a martial art brochure in hand. Izuku, she says excitedly, I think you'd be interested in this. Izuku stops sweeping the living room and takes the brochure curiously, if warily. It's a new open dojo just a few blocks away. It offers Aikido, Judo, Kenjutsu. He tears his eyes away. His mom is staring at him expectantly with bright eyes. Why? He says before he could stop himself, and the sight of his mother's enthusiasm diminishing visibly pains him. No, I'm interested, he hurriedly attempts to placate. I'm definitely interested, it's just, didn't expect it is all. He really didn't. He knows his mom wants the best for him. He knows she loves him more than anything in the world. At times it's suffocating, like how a mother's love does, but Izuku wouldn't trade it for the world. But he also knows that regarding his affinity with heroes, she isn't always on board with it. It's all with his safety in mind, he knows, but Izuku, his mother holds his shoulders gently with both of her tired, working hands. I know I haven't been the most supportive with your dreams. Izuku opens his mouth and closes it again, speechless by the conversation. Inko's grip on his shoulders is firm and warm and grounding. Her eyes, kind and intelligent and pained, searching his face. I know that. And I regret that, her voice trembles. And I won't make the same mistake again. Ever again. Izuku thinks about that trip to the doctor, years ago. And what comes after. The tears in his mother's eyes, the unstoppable stream of them, and the quiet, final whisper of apology. Like him, she lost something that day. Maybe it's just his imagination, but right now, looking at the sheer, unmoving conviction in her mother's eyes, he thinks she got it back. Hope. You're going to be a hero, sweetheart, she smiles, and it's so comforting. It's so full of love for Izuku. Tears prick Izuku's eyes. And I'm going to make sure you'll be a great one. Izuku cries. And then his mother cries too. They have dinner later than usual that night. His chest constricts painfully with each shuddering breath he takes. He knows he can't hold out any longer. He's approaching his limit soon, so he runs even faster, taking in every rush of adrenaline and pain and the wind in his hair. The air tastes of sea salt and his own body sweat. His muscles are screaming, lactic acid rushing in. I'm going to die, he thinks, dramatically, before his legs finally give and he falls to a stop. He lies on the sand. Above him, seabird croons. His throat is parched to hell and back. He grabs his water bottle and dumps the content to his mouth like an animal. From the horizon, dawn has just finished breaking, casting mellow, gentle purple bleeding down the sky. The sun rises. With a start, Izuku realizes that he feels great. He smiles, small and self-deprecating, just an unsure twist of his mouth. He really should make this running thing a habit. His therapist did say it should be good for him. It's gorgeous, isn't it? The stranger who has been running ahead of him is now next to him, smiling tentatively. He is a skeleton of a man, gaunt with a sickly pallor. But there is some healthy red to his cheeks now, courtesy to the run, perhaps. Izuku has been fearing for the man's life due to his wet coughing, but this close, Izuku realizes in half awe and half horror that this man towers over him. Izuku has never been the tallest person in class, but this man must be at least 2 meters tall. Registering that it's rude to gape at the person who is starting a conversation, Izuku ducks his head shyly, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, he stumbles a bit, before regaining his composure. It's gorgeous. It really is. He drags his eyes from the man to inspect the now brightening sky, vast and blue and pink. Izuku smiles. He hasn't seen a sunrise in a long, long time. I never saw anyone else running around here before, the man begins, before another wet cough wrecks through him. Izuku averts his eyes, determined not to let it bother him. He really hates being rude. Yeah, Izuku can see why. Dagoba Beach, despite the beautiful sunrise, is a hideous trash dumpster. But that's exactly why he started to run here, of all place. I like that it's empty. It makes him less nervous. Also, he slows, tentative. Well, I was thinking that maybe I could start cleaning it up bit by bit. It could be some kind of project or sort. And he needs to work up some muscles, anyway. The dojo has been great so far, but it also reveals to him that he lacks endurance and strength. He is a fast little guy, though, so he has that going for him. The man stares at him, before smiling. For a moment, Izuku is struck with a weird déjà vu. Something is familiar about it, and then it's gone. That's a fine idea, young man, the man says. His voice is soft. Despite his height and emaciated figure, Izuku finds it hard to feel threatened or intimidated. This man feels kind. My name is Yagi Toshinori. What's your name, son? Izuku makes up his mind. He doesn't talk to strangers, but it's a good day. An actual good day, 1 in a million. And this looks like it could be a start to a friendship. Izuku doesn't have many of those. Midoriya Izuku, he smiles, bowing respectfully. Nice to meet you, Yagi-san. It's Saturday morning, and Izuku is in the middle of taking apart his lamp when someone knocks on his door. Izuku, her voice is a bit muffled from behind the door, but he can hear a tentative note in it. Someone is here to meet you. A minute. He puts down the wrench, before checking himself in the mirror. He deems himself guest-worthy. No idea who it is though. None of his classmates, that's for sure. Maybe one of his aunts, or something. He opens the door to find his mother smiling minutely. Is everything okay, Mom? He's seen that look before. She's nervous. Yes, that's when he hears someone. No, people. That's when he hears a bickering from the living room. Izuku's eyebrows shoot up. And then, in faint horror, is Kacchan here? No, she says assuringly, though she frowns at his apprehension towards the thought that Bakugo might be here. She decides to save it for later. She sighs. She is clearly distressed. It's the Seiki family. Who? The boy, she says slowly. The boy that you saved. Oh, he says as much. If you don't feel like seeing them, I can ask them to go, his mom says, almost protectively. Izuku blinks, processing her words. Why would I not want to see them? His mom frowns again. This time he notices the pinched look in her eyes. She isn't nervous, he realizes. She is worried. Izuku, she starts. Distantly, they hear the odd, unfamiliarly familiar bickering hikes up a notch. What you experienced was incredibly traumatic. I'm not sure that getting reminded of it out of the blue would be good for you. I'm not a professional, of course, but it could be a trigger or some sort. She must have consulted Dr. Mitsugu again. Or maybe his mom is much more perceptive than what Izuku gives her credit for. Either way, he attempts to smile. I've been doing pretty well, more or less. And it's been a while, anyway. A tiny bit over 2 months, now. He wonders why they decide to pay a visit out of the blue. Are you sure? Yes. He puts a reassuring hand on her elbow. She sighs. Okay. He walks hesitantly, though, down the hallway. Despite his placating, he isn't exactly ecstatic. But probably mostly because he just doesn't like meeting people in general. Makes him too nervous, and he usually makes a spectacular fool out of himself. He takes a deep breath before he enters the living room, preparing himself. The bickering has died down some time ago, slowed into a hushed scolding. His eyes immediately meet with the boy, who then in return immediately averts his eyes. Izuku blinks, but then his eyes arrive on the boy's mother, he presumes. She is a short woman, shorter than Inko even, but she has a fierce look to her. Unlike Izuku and his mother's uncanny similarities, though, her only resemblance with her son is the jet black hair they have, and that bold, intense way they carry themselves. This may not be the Bakugo family, Izuku faintly thinks, but they sure feel like it. Before he has the chance to introduce himself, the mother beats him to the punch. Hello, she smiles, though she seems uneasy. Izuku doesn't blame her. The situation must be uncomfortable for her too. I'm Seiki Toju. It's a pleasure to meet you. He returns her bow. I'm Midoriya Izuku, pleasure to meet you too. Though she probably already knows his name. Seiki-san then slaps the back of the head of her son lightly. Introduce yourself. Shut the hell up. Watch your darn mouth. Izuku feels a mild déjà vu. Seiki Katsuki, the boy mutters, then rudely. Katsuki. It's almost hilarious. Of course. The universe just loves to screw with him. Nice to meet you, Seiki-kun, Izuku offers. The boy merely sniffs, clearly miffed by the whole thing. His mom sighs, with exasperation laced in her annoyance. My apologies, he is a rude kid. I don't know what I did wrong, but... She glares at her son, who glares back. It's a comical sight. I hope he'll grow out of it. The boy grumbles something incomprehensible. What did you say? Nothing. Katsuki-kun. Inko has miraculously appeared by Izuku's side. Would you like some hot chocolate? Katsuki freezes, glaring at nowhere in particular. Clearly no child would refuse such an offer, but Katsuki doesn't want to go back on his war declaration to every adult in existence or something, probably. And then his eyes catch Izuku's again. The boy looks angry, Izuku notes. And guilty. He averts his eyes once more, before mumbling a snarky but clear, okay. Would you like to come make some with me? Before Katsuki could open his mouth to yell some expletives, his mother cuts in. Yes, of course. She tugs him forward. Katsuki looks like he would protest, but Inko, with a face positively blinding with a bright, genuine smile and an air of optimism like she wouldn't in 100 years expect him to refuse, simply takes his hand and leads him to the kitchen. Feeling impressed by his mother, Izuku turns to find that he is left alone with Seiki Toju-san. Now he is nervous. He can see that Seiki-san is too, but she covers it valiantly with a brave face. Izuku remembers his manners belatedly. Ah, please. Izuku gestures to the sofa, and they both sit awkwardly. Midoriya-kun. Izuku is fine, Izuku says, feeling immensely guilty for some reason. Time to address the elephant in the room. He hopes he doesn't throw up. He's been feeling pretty okay, if a little antsy. He should be able to handle this. Maybe. She looks surprised, but not for long. Call me Toju, then, she says, smiling softly. Izuku blushes, shaking his hands in denial. I can't possibly. Please. She looks like she means it. Something about her rock-hard demeanor makes him tentatively assent. Okay, Toju-san. He tries. Okay, she smiles. And takes a deep breath, and there it is. I'm sorry it took a while for us to meet you. Oh no. The sudden, overwhelming wave of guilt makes him cringe. Really, it's fine. Please, Izuku-kun, she smiles, a sad twist of her mouth. So he stops. She continues, I could never repay you for what you did. Ever. I can't, her voice cracks, and then that fierceness returns again in her eyes. My son is my life. You saved not only his life, but mine too. I came here to thank you. Izuku is too stunned to reply, or to think. But she is nothing except hard, genuine honesty. You are our hero, she says, and Izuku's mind goes blank for a second. Izuku looks around, anywhere but her, in a sudden fit of embarrassment and anxiety. He finally settles, looking up to the ceiling for a hot moment and pray that he doesn't burst crying in the next second. When he is sure the tears won't come, he attempts to look at somewhere at her forehead. Thank you, he says hoarsely. He clears his throat. But I'm not. But I'm selfish and a coward and useless and the opposite of a hero, of all things, and... He holds his tongue. She needed to thank him. He can stave off his self-hatred for a moment for her. He can handle the guilt if for a while for her. If it allows her to feel better, even for a moment, inhale. Exhale. Thank you, he says again, and stops at that. She smiles, less melancholic now. And whatever heavy mood that settled over the room at the beginning of their conversation starts to give way. I really am sorry for coming out of the blue after such a long time, though, she sighs. Before Izuku could mention the awkward get-well-soon parcel that they'd sent months ago, though, she continues, it's just that boy, a note of fond annoyance. I don't know where he got it from. He's always been a tough one, but he's never been unkind, not since. She trails, and her face sours. Whatever she was going to say, she must have decided it's too private to share. Nonetheless, he should learn his manners. Speak of the devil. Izuku finds a mug of hot cocoa placed violently in front of him. The boy doesn't deign him a verbal word, seemingly insistent in pretending he doesn't exist as he sits far away across him, sipping his own cocoa. Thank you, Katsuki-kun, Inko says, sitting next to Izuku with her own glass. It's delicious. The boy doesn't reply, but the red in his cheeks is unmistakable. Paired with the ever-present scowl on his face, it's almost cute. Katsuki, Tojo-san says, slowly. There is a heavy hesitance to her that wasn't there before. She looks at her son like she is walking on a landmine. Remember what we came here for. Katsuki freezes. And then his face changes, twisting into a fuming thing. He puts down his mug at the edge of the table carelessly, like he's lost his appetite. His mother sighs, for the umpteenth time. Son. Thanks, the boy blurts, rough. Izuku blinks. The expression of gratitude, Izuku realizes belatedly, is directed at him. And then, thanks for getting hit by a truck. Katsuki. Tojo-san scolds, sharply, the same time as Izuku replies, no problem, because Izuku is a dumbass. Thankfully, no one acknowledges Izuku's bit because Katsuki explodes immediately. Why do I have to be sorry? He's standing up, now, and to Izuku's shock the little kid is shaking, fists held tight and trembling. They scrunch up the edge of his shirt so harshly Izuku can hear the fabrics creak in protest. Why do I always have to be sorry? It's not my fault that he... Their eyes catch. The kid's words abruptly stop, and for a split second, Izuku thinks, this has happened before. That merciless, bone-crushing terror in this kid's eyes as they looked at each other, the rest of the world forgotten. And what comes after, the entirety of Izuku's body trashing in a wildfire of pure, blinding pain. The last thing Izuku saw, before the raindrops, was this, a scared little boy. This time, rendered numb by the violent flashback, it's Izuku who looks away. Seiki Katsuki doesn't finish his sentence. He bolts to the door, slamming it to its hinges. Katsuki, Tojo reaches out. A moment too late her son has left the apartment. She visibly slumps in her seat, and for the first time her face shows the bone-deep weariness she carries with her. In Katsuki's haste, he has accidentally stumbled the table. The mug has fallen to the floor somewhere between his escape, the loud clang unheard and forgotten. Izuku stares at the slow outpouring of the chocolate, dark liquid staining the previously clean, white granite of the floor. First a stream, now a pond. Far away, he wonders if his blood had looked like that when spilled. If his blood looks like that when spilled. I am so sorry, Tojo says, shaking. I have no idea why he please, let me. It's all right, Inko says soothingly. Her hand is placed on her elbow in sympathy. I have no idea, he's been so volatile ever since. She takes a shuddering breath. She looks so stressed, Izuku realizes. She looks like how Izuku's mom looks when she thinks he isn't looking. Ever since. Tojo sighs, a hand covering her eyes. Ever since we found out he was quirkless. I should go after him. Izuku stands up before he knows it. Both women stare at him. Let me, Tojo-san. Wait. He doesn't hear the rest of the sentence. Feet skidding as he gets out of the elevator, not out of order for once. He frantically looks around. The kid can't be too far, can he? Except if he lived around here, which is a possibility, and is now therefore on the way home. And spots the mop of black hair in front of a vending machine near the apartment. Izuku takes a deep breath and scrounges his pocket for a few spare yens. The boy notices him when he is a few feet away, which prompts him to huff and turn the other way around, stomping to leave. Hey, Izuku says as the vending machine loudly thumps. He crouches down to take the 2 cans of cold Milo he just paid for. He looks up to see the little guy staring at him with a pinched face. Without warning, Izuku throws him a can, lightly. The boy catches it. Decent reflexes. Probably from soccer. You didn't get to finish your drink, Izuku says. He likes to think he is acting pretty suave and unbothered at this moment, but Izuku knows that he is generally the most non-intimidating person around at all times. The boy frowns and looks at the can in his hand, seemingly at a battle with himself. Izuku knows that no 9-year-olds can resist the power of cold Milo though. He'd know, he was one once after all. Izuku cracks open his and takes a sip, while pretending to not be looking at the boy. From the corner of his eyes, Seiki Katsuki cracks open his, winning and losing his own battle at the same time. Izuku does a mental fist pump in his heart, but still attempts to act cool. He subtly puts out his phone to text his mom. "He's with me, don't worry." He slips his phone back in his back pocket. Now what? They are two boys at the side of the street drinking Milo while trying to awkwardly pretend the other doesn't exist. Okay, keep it cool, Izuku coaches himself, but he knows it's a lost cause. Izuku knows his capabilities and is therefore perfectly aware that he is in no way capable of being cool. "Alright, screw this." "Alright, screw this," he announces in defeat, shifting a hand through his mess of a hair. The boy snaps up to look at him, in small surprise. "Might as well get over it, right?" Izuku gestures vaguely, "You don't want to be here," to which the boy does not deny. Izuku gestures to himself, "I don't not want to be here, but this is clearly not working for either of us, so." The boy still stares, a bit dumbfounded. Izuku notices he's grown the missing tooth. Izuku takes a deep breath. "Here goes nothing. Do you want to see my pet fish?" Now the boy is no longer looking at him like he is a thing that's stuck on the sole of a shoe. He is just looking at Izuku like Izuku is weird as hell. "Which fair?" "What?" the boy says. "Do. Want to see my pet fish? Also I'm fixing up my aquarium, so if you want to, help." Izuku knows he's given up on being cool a while ago, but this still feels like a jab at his non-existent self-worth. But whatever, man. The little guy is still looking at him strangely and Izuku's confidence is shrinking by the second when he says, in a weird, stilted voice like he is half angry and half confused, "Are you acting nice to me?" Izuku blinks. Now that's unexpected. He shifts his foot to the side in a nervous tick. "Well," Izuku says in honesty, "yes." Izuku realizes what that strange look is. The kid is wary of him. Untrusting. Why the F is that? Izuku thinks about it for a moment in genuine confusion. "Why?" Izuku repeats, slowly. "Why not? Everyone should be nice to everyone." They stare at each other for a long time. And then the kid starts to power walk past him. Izuku thought the kid was going home, or just screws off somewhere, or something. But then he notices that hey, this is the way to Izuku's apartment. Izuku decides to take the change and just follow him, keeping a few meters distance. He is careful not to spill his drink, sipping it slowly as they go. It's a short walk. The kid hadn't wandered far. They don't speak on the walk, nor when they are both in the elevator, and certainly not when they stop in front of Izuku's welcome mat. The kid doesn't move to knock, so Izuku does. He hears the sound of locks sliding before the door opens, revealing both mothers staring at them in a mix of worry and anticipation. And then Katsuki turns to look at Izuku. He is almost taller than Izuku's shoulder, to Izuku's dismay, and says, in an unreasonably angry way, "Well?" Izuku blinks, before stammering a little. "All right. Mom, I'm gonna go show Katsuki-kun my pet fish." He pauses, idly astonished by how absolutely lame that sounds. He shakes his head. Now is not the time to ponder the sad, lame nature of his character. "And, maybe he can help a little, if that's okay?" He directs the last bit tentatively at Toju-san, who blinks in surprise. "Oh sure," she says, almost stunned. "Of course." Izuku goes down the hallway, turning a little to see if Katsuki is following him. He is, with Milo still gripped tight in hand, eyes averted to stare angrily at the floor as he stomps along and enters his room, which is chock full of All Might paraphernalia, which he'd somehow forgotten about when he'd invited a cynical, dynamite 9-year-old to his room. Izuku mentally slaps himself in the face. He moves himself as if to somehow cover the entirety of his room from sight, which is to no avail, anyway. He stops. And then he decides to just accept his shame as he walks towards the center of the room where he's been trying to set up a lamp and the half-done water change pipe. Peeking, he sees that Katsuki is tentatively but curiously taking a look around. It's not a big room, definitely, and although Izuku can be messy sometimes, a lot of times, he's kept each of his hero merchandise tidy and well taken care of. They aren't cheap, after all, and he'd bought all of them from saving up on his pocket money. Katsuki is in the middle of staring at a Christmas edition All Might figurine when Izuku decides he's had enough of his self-conscious induced shame and just comes clean. Yes, I'm a hero nerd, Izuku mumbles, taking a wrench in hand as he gets to his previously interrupted work on the lamp. Katsuki snorts, but somehow Izuku feels like he is less vehement now. Maybe. Obviously. Now, he walks towards the side of Izuku's bed, where Izuku had kept an aquarium tank on his bedside table. It's a 5-gallon of entirely handmade tank, low iron glass. He'd almost cut off a finger, but honestly it's worth it. It's 2 months ongoing now, Izuku says, and he can't help but feel pride from it. It was definitely not easy work. No FERT, no CO2, no filter. Not bad for a first try, honestly, so Izuku allows himself to feel a little good about it. Katsuki is tapping the glass gently, and the betta fish swirls around the plants, peeking at and avoiding the foreign object. I only put fish there just 2 days ago. Does it got a name? Fish. Katsuki turns to stare at him blankly. The fish, Izuku explains, and ducks back at his work in an attempt to cover his blushing cheeks. It's me. Fish. Wow, Katsuki responds in a completely flat voice. Yes, I know, I thought it was funny, okay? Izuku says a bit defensively as he scrounges around his tool bag for... He triumphantly holds the electric mini-metal saw. He almost doesn't notice Katsuki gingerly sitting cross-legged in front of him. There is a hint of reluctance to his words, but also, to Izuku's surprise, a genuine curiosity. He knows how curiosity sounds like. Izuku is a very curious person after all. What's that for? To do this, Izuku pauses. You might want to back up a little, just a little. Yeah, that's fine. So, the light is too big, he explains as he starts cutting carefully but with deft hands. So I'm shortening it. After he finished, he put the mini-saw back. He doesn't want to risk Katsuki hurting himself accidentally, and takes the loose screws and cables and starts implementing them back to the now medium-length desk lamp. Why not buy a new one? Katsuki asks, but it's not derisive or anything. Just genuine confusion and pure inquisitiveness. With a start, Izuku realizes that the boy has been watching him intently in silence. Well, Izuku says, looping a cable into the self-made metal hole and screws it shut, why buy when you can make one just fine? Or in this case, remake one, I guess. Oh, can you pass me the bulb? Yeah, thanks. He reaches to plug the thing and yep, proving his point. He smiles briefly, before turning to look at Katsuki. The little guy looks surprised at his success, which should be offensive, probably, but it only makes Izuku grin a bit wider. He just impressed a 9-year-old kid. That's his greatest accomplishment in a long time. Yes, it's sort of pathetic, but no, he doesn't really care, not at the moment, anyway. Mind giving me a hand? Katsuki helps holding the tank steady while Izuku fixes the light overhead securely. Fish is curiously swimming near the surface, every one of its movements followed by Katsuki's eyes. Plugged, they both watch as the desk lamp casts a haunting, piercing light on the aquarium, highlighting the green of the plants Izuku had planted naturally months ago into a stunning, forest deep verdant wonder. It looks gorgeous. Izuku can't help a laugh that passed his lips. Katsuki turns to look at him, and Izuku allows himself to smile, genuinely. Well, Tiemen. We did pretty good, huh? He nudges the little guy. Katsuki's mouth twists in what looks like an attempt to stop his own smile, which makes him look a bit constipated. But Izuku takes all the wins he can get. What? There is that note of apprehension again, but Izuku waits. What are those plants? Izuku's rare flair of optimism might be fooling him, but that actually sounds like honest interest. Lemna minor duckweed. Izuku gestures at the floating plant, and that's water nymph, pennywort, some Vallisneris natans. Originally I had some leafed anacharis, but they didn't survive the first month. Might try putting them back again. Though, since the plants are thriving pretty well at this point, maybe after a few weeks when the tank is stable enough planning to put some more livestock too, maybe Armano shrimps, or velvet shrimps. He only stops when he realizes the kid is staring at him weird again. Sorry, Izuku says as his cheeks heat for the umpteenth time today. I have a mumbling habit. Trying to cut that down, it kinda comes out when I'm excited though. Now I'm doing it again. Anyway. Katsuki is staring at him still, but now with a somewhat contemplative look on his face. As contemplative a 9-year-old can look, anyway. You're not just a hero nerd, he says, you're an actual nerd. Izuku slumps, but only a little. Thank you for your input. The earth is round, the sky is blue, you're a little, Izuku pauses, looking for the mild word. Please, tell me more things that I already know. Katsuki snorts. Izuku follows suit. They stare at each other again. Call Izuku a dreamer, but he thinks they might be getting along now. Somewhat. So, Katsuki pauses, looking at the aquarium again. Maintaining an ecosystem. Izuku glances at him in newfound surprise. That's right, he says, while cracking his head to remember the curriculum for 9 years old and comes up with nothing. As a 9-year-old, he only remembers doing god-awful All Might cosplays and hiding his Kacchan-produced bruises from his mom. And crying a lot. Though he still does the last part now as a 15-year-old, so. That's, Katsuki scrunches his face, as if it pains him to finish his sentence. That's pretty cool. Now Izuku is actually surprised. Flabbergasted, even. Really? Shut up. Izuku isn't gonna push. Someone just called him cool, even if it's a 9-year-old who had called him a beach right before he got hit by a truck. Again, Izuku takes all the wins he can get. You want to learn how to make a water-changing pipe? They both learn together. Izuku doesn't really know how, and he isn't sure if the one in progress he has right now is proper, so they both watch an ancient 5-minute YouTube video on it. Aquascaping is kind of a niche hobby that exploded a bit in the 21st century, Izuku had whisper explained before Katsuki told him to shut up so he can hear the video better. Turns out, Izuku is on the right track, so they just continue a little from it. It's fairly simple, just heating an acrylic pipe to bend it. The tricky part is fixing it properly with a nozzle. The second-hand water-changing pipe he'd been using had the nozzle accidentally broken, so Izuku wants to make sure it's fixed strongly enough. You know, Izuku says as they go out of his room to the hallway, you can come here anytime if you, want. Or if you want to try changing the water, or well, a lot of stuff. It's cool. Katsuki only responds with a disgruntled-sounding grunt. But good enough, Izuku guesses. Before Toju, who looks lighter, now, somehow strings Katsuki along, though, the boy mutters an apology with a beet-red face to Inko for breaking the mug, to which Inko laughs and punishes him with a tight hug. Please come anytime, Izuku says, and is met with a hug from Toju. Mothers and their supernatural abilities to give good hugs. Izuku can never understand. Toju-san doesn't say anything, but when their eyes meet, Izuku understands what is being unsaid. Thank you. Izuku nods and the Seiki family leaves. He glances at the clock in the living room. Only 3 in the afternoon, but Izuku already thinks, what a day. He has totally filled up his people quota for a whole week. He's still got that practice in a few hours, though Ojiro-senpai is coming today, and he'd promised to show up. He'd also promised to run with Toshinori-san tomorrow. Look at him, the paragon of social interaction. Incredible. Maybe this is his pika? Let's not jinx it, he thinks. He's got 7 months until UA entrance exam, after all. And Izuku has ideas. It might not seem like it, but Midoriya Izuku is not an optimist. He supposes he had been once, in a way that all children at some point believed they were destined for great things. Izuku doesn't really know where that point had long since passed. When he'd learned that he has a handicap. That he has to work twice as hard not even to win just to merely be there. Izuku knows what losing feels like. Belly acid and blood-bitten lips and the constant ashen, burnt smell clinging to his school uniforms. Losing to Izuku is akin of water to fish. Ranking second academically in his grade ever since elementary school sure didn't help him to get popular. Didn't even help stop his bullying, if worse. only made him look at Kacchan's back again, ad infinitum, as Kacchan stands first place. Boys. Kacchan, above him, ahead of him. Like an absolute, immovable object of victory. A cruel, taunting representation of what Izuku can never be. Or what Izuku could have been. He just missed the genetic lottery. Well, no use crying over what never was. Though still, of course, Izuku cries. Occasionally. Izuku isn't an optimist. Not really. He would say he is a realist, albeit a really stupid one. Which means this, Izuku is really stupidly ambitious. Life has dealt him a set of crap cards. Izuku just has to learn how to deal, and occasionally cheats. You fight dirty, Yagi observes, almost in marvel. Izuku's lungs creak painfully, having all its air punched away when his back hit the sand. Izuku twists his mouth in something resembling a grin and a grimace. The sky is blood orange, the sun is going down. It's gonna be dark, soon. I still lost in the end though, he says when he manages to do so. He takes the hand offered and winces his shoulder blades smart a little, as he gets on his. Sorry for that, Yagi-san. I told you to call me Toshinori, Toshinori chides, but with a smile. Due to his height, his stature blocks the wisps of dying sunlight almost entirely, casting the edges of his blonde hair in a golden, glowing halo. Not for the first time, Izuku thinks he's seen this before. Something about the vision is so terribly, dearly familiar, something about the kind smile. Though I must say, I hadn't expected that, he continues as he tosses Izuku his water bottle. He brought the one with all might insignia today. He thought it'd somewhat motivate him. Toshinori-sen had a funny look on his face when he saw it earlier. I'm sorry, Izuku's insides curdles in a sort of shame. I hope all that sand didn't get too much into your eyes. It was a desperate move, but not something he hadn't thought about ever since they'd started their little sparring sessions on this kind of location, and although a part of Izuku tries to cheaply justify it with taking advantage of his surroundings, it still doesn't feel like a heroic move. It's obviously the total opposite, but Izuku needed to have some kind of upper hand, some element of surprise even if for a moment, because the sheer gap of fighting experience between the both of them is painstakingly huge, and if Izuku wants to stand any chance at all, he. Midoriya-kun. Izuku snaps up and blinks. Did I say everything out loud? Yes. Darn. Izuku really needs to cut that habit out. Sorry. It's nothing to be sorry for, it takes a while, but Izuku now realizes this particular weird look Toshinori gives him means that he's uncomfortable. He's always uncomfortable whenever Izuku apologizes. For some reason Izuku doesn't get. But, wait, Izuku apologizes a lot. That's like his defining character trait, probably. Which means that Izuku apologizes a lot to him, which means Toshinori is at least uncomfortable around Izuku 80% of the time, which means that Midoriya-kun. Izuku is mortified. Did I say those out loud? No, but I could almost hear you thinking. Don't say sorry, Toshinori blurts, cutting Izuku's third apology in the last minute. Okay, sorry, it's out before Izuku can even stop it. Izuku cringes at his own awkwardness and chugs the water down before he blurts out another sorry to apologize. For his apology. He kind of avoids looking at Toshinori, but he can hear the man's sighs in resignation, but not without a note of something softer. Izuku thinks about how his mom looks at him with that gentle exasperation on her face. Izuku caps his water bottle. He's got to stop this kind of thoughts before he does something crazy, like looking at Toshinori as some kind of parental figure or something. But Izuku is a lot of stupid, but not that stupid. He hopes. Izuku starts and pauses, trying to figure out a way to say that he's sorry without saying it. I hope you don't mind the thing that I did. Too much. The cold breeze is coming in. It's getting steadily dark down the horizon. Fighting dirty, you mean? There is just a hint of amusement in Toshinori's voice, but also some kind of curiosity. Yeah. Toshinori hums thoughtfully. I don't actually, he admits. I was just surprised is all. This time, it's Izuku who is surprised. Wait, really? Toshinori looks at him sideways with a small smile. He looks healthier lately, somehow. More relaxed, maybe? Fights are inherently dirty, young Midoriya. No fights are ever really fair. Something about the last sentence strikes Izuku. Huh. He turns his gaze to the sea. The last rays of the setting sun turns the end of the ocean into yellow, glimmering diamonds. I guess that's true. And if you're going to be a hero. Izuku turns his head so fast he thinks he gets a whiplash. I suppose you should know that villains aren't the most virtuous fighters. Izuku gapes. How did you? Toshinori's smile turns into something more explicitly amused, this time, mirth in the depth of those sallow eyes. Midoriya-kun, we've been acquainted for more than half a year now and you've… He gestures to their surroundings. Turn this garbage dump into an actual beach now. I even saw someone walk a dog around here the other day. That never happened. Well, Izuku muttered, cheeks heating up ferociously, I wouldn't say I did it all. And you've been taking self-defense practices and the sparring. I never actually beat you though. Toshinori stops, and they look at each other. They've started their practices for a few months now, long after they've started having lunches together post-running. Izuku had tentatively revealed that he's been taking judo and kenjutsu classes and whatnot, and surprising both of them, Toshinori had offered. Although Toshinori had assured Izuku that he's experienced, though Izuku noticed that he'd avoided telling the full extent of said experience, Izuku had initially been unsure, for many reasons. It's not that Izuku thinks he'd do actual harm to Toshinori, his lessons have been going pretty good, but Izuku definitely does not think of himself as some sort of martial arts prodigy. Izuku had started awkward-footed, skinny-limbed, but well, Toshinori just isn't the fittest guy around. The first time the man actually coughed out blood, Izuku almost called the ambulance. It took a lot of convincing on Toshinori's part to assure Izuku that no, he isn't dying. Not really dying anyway, Toshinori had said. Izuku had sputtered. Not really what does that even mean? I mean, Toshinori had shrunk as the conversation went on. Never has a 7-feet-tall man looked so small. I mean sure, I don't have a stomach but… Oh, I see you don't have what? But then, after a cautious, awkward, and incredibly humiliating first try, it quickly dawned on him that Toshinori was telling him the truth. The man was clearly experienced and skilled, and despite his thin, frail figure, he had absolutely no problem in kicking Izuku's, but it's almost ridiculous. And so it continued, every other week with Izuku always ending up having his butt handed to him. No, you haven't, Toshinori agrees. There is something piercing about his gaze, Izuku's noticed for some time. You haven't beat me. But you never stop trying. Izuku laughs, a harsh, small self-deprecating sound. Yeah, I'm that kind of hopeless person, you know? Toshinori frowns. He doesn't reply for a while, and Izuku thinks that maybe he said something wrong. Maybe he'd come off too depressed, or something he hadn't really kept that depression thing in. Check, lately, but then Toshinori crouches down and sits beside him on the sand. Izuku fiddles with a loose thread on his shorts. They go silent for a while. This feels a little too much like a start of some kind of grown-up consultation PRD or something. Izuku is not a fan of those. With all due respect, young Midoriya, I disagree, he says. And so it begins, Izuku winces. I think someone with as much determination as you is far, far, far from hopeless. Izuku doesn't know what to say, so he doesn't. Maybe he should say thanks, bye and run into the night or something, but at the moment he can only blush and wince harder at the compliment. Kinda wants to deflect it with a nah, I'm pretty pathetic actually, but he has a strong feeling that more self-belittlement is not a good idea. He already looks pathetic enough as is. So, doesn't explain how you knew I wanted to be a hero, though. Izuku changes the topic in what he hopes a smooth trajectory. I could just be wanting to buff up and have my high school debut as the guy who hit PBRY and also the gym. He air quotes each word exaggeratedly. Toshinori laughs, startled by the sudden shift of mood Izuku forces. It's lighter, now, though not without some uneasiness. I don't know, he says, but the residue of his laughter remains. I mean all the hero merchandise are pretty much a dead giveaway. Alright. Izuku can't help but blush. He looks down to the training shirt he wears, all Might colors, and the water bottle. And all those times he babbles about heroes in their little conversations. Tashinori must notice his sudden, apparent embarrassment because he hurriedly jokes, "Well, if you only wanted to buff up, congratulations, I suppose." Izuku laughs this time. He appreciates the attempt. "Thanks." The grin stays on his face, but not for long. He doesn't know what got into him, but he says it anyway, "I'm going to UA." He regrets it immediately. He looks away, his eyes following the dots soaring in the sky. Seabirds, silhouetted into black spots. He can feel Tashinori's eyes burning the back of his head. "I'm going to be a hero." "I see." Tashinori's voice is soft, so soft it's almost a whisper, but the wind carries it to Izuku. Izuku shakes his head to himself, part embarrassed, part plain bitterness. What am I saying? It's not like I'm gonna absolutely get in, but he has to. Izuku thinks urgently, desperately. He has to get in. No matter what. No matter what it takes. Izuku draws a deep, careful breath. You don't really have the best chances, but it doesn't hurt to try. Except it does. Izuku is trying, and he knows trying hurts, because he's always been trying. He's been trying his whole life, and where has it taken him? To the morgue. Izuku could laugh. Tashinori does not need to know this. No one needs to know any of this. It doesn't matter, he insists, to himself, to no one. It anyway. Izuku stands up without preamble. This conversation is steering too much to this conversation is done. I should be home soon. Young Midoriya. Izuku pauses. Great, he thinks acidly he's done it. What Izuku always does. Izuku knows he is kind of always sad. The kind of sad that makes people uncomfortable at best and disgusted at worst. There are reasons other than Kacchan reasons why it's so difficult for Izuku to find friends. Izuku is sad. He's come to realize that people can feel it. It's like all his sadness is just pouring out of him. He is sad all the time and it's quite literally unbearable. To him and he guesses, to everyone else. And he supposes, it makes sense because he is a beaming beacon of look, I'm sad. I'm depressed. And no one wants that. No one wants him, and Izuku doesn't blame them. Izuku doesn't want him either. No one wants the sad, friendless, quirkless kid. To put pity on once in a while. A peripheral object his classmates glance at, while thinking, thank God it wasn't me. Thank God, at least someone is having it worse than I am. People like Izuku does fine as this kind of little reminder to feel grateful, at least I'm not like you, poor you, but he is not something to look at on the long term. He certainly isn't something to befriend. Izuku's learned this years ago. He forces what he hopes is a neutral smile on his face so he would stop looking like someone who had attempted to kill himself or something. Which will... Yes, Tashinori-san? He turns, daring himself to look at Tashinori in the eye and regrets it instantly, because Tashinori looks positively crestfallen. Izuku's really done it. His smile falls off his face so quick like someone turned off the light. I brought the mood down, didn't I? His throat is painfully dry, despite having just finished his entire water bottle earlier. I'm sorry. Tashinori's face twists for a second, making him look especially more ill than he already is, but it's quickly replaced with a small, startlingly genuine smile. There is nothing to be sorry about. And then, may I ask you a question, Midoriya-kun? Somehow, Izuku knows that it's an honest, fair offer. If Izuku makes up some excuse and makes an escape out of the convo with a simple, it's getting late, Tashinori-san, he can. Tashinori isn't just saying it. Izuku can opt out if he chooses to. No question asked, literally. Breathe, he scolds himself. Calm down. Shoot, Izuku says softly. The sun has gone entirely. The streetlights have lit on. Why are you always so hard on yourself? Now that's unexpected. Izuku stares with wide eyes, stunned. I'm not. He starts and trails. What good would denial do? Izuku pauses. He doesn't like this question. His therapist must have asked him dozens of variations of it 1,000 times over the past 9 months, and he's always given dozens of variations of the same answer. I don't know. But Tashinori isn't his therapist. He is his friend. Distantly, Izuku realizes his hands have started shaking. He grabs the edge of his shirt and hopes it doesn't show. Is he going to start crying and screw up the only friendship he's had in a decade? He's got to get a DM hold of himself. He pushes his terrible, trembling fists into the pocket of his basketball shorts. He tries to focus his eyes at some faraway point. The udon shop far near the beach. The leftover metal scraps he hasn't gotten the chance to pick up. The cold, vast, uncaring sea. He forces all the trembling, shaking thing in the pit of his chest out of his voice, crushing it down to a flat monotone out of his. I'm never good enough. Wrong answer. Toshinori looks like he just got his heartbroken pain clear and palpable in the frown between his hollow eyes and the cadence of his voice, and Izuku hates it. Midoriya-kun. He starts, but Izuku's had enough. I have to go, Izuku announces, and then immediately makes a run for it, which is a stupid move, because you can't run haphazardly on sand without slipping and making a fool out of yourself, and that is exactly what he does the next second. 9 months of judo training and he faceplants to the ground. Fantastic. As he gets up shamefully, now with a mouth full of sand and his ankles twinging in pain, he is silently thankful for Toshinori for not trying to help him amidst his embarrassing spectacle. Izuku disgracefully pats the grains of sand off his shirt and debates the merit of saying something to make things less awkward. Like, see you later, or please forget you ever saw that, or even better, please forget you ever met me and please erase all your memories of me because I am so embarrassed right now I want to die. However, he quickly figures that he's just going to somehow embarrass himself even more, so he just power walks really fast out of the beach with his shoes chock full of sand. When he's sure he's out of Toshinori's line of sight, he throws up at the nearest garbage can. How are you feeling? Great, Izuku says automatically. His mother waits. Not great, Izuku says. She looks at him. I want to chuck myself to the ocean, Izuku confesses, and shoves a spoonful of rice to prevent his mouth from saying anything more. She sighs but smiles. Well, please don't. Okay. It would be hard to explain to the police. The uncharacteristically dark joke startles Izuku so much he sputters and nearly spits the aforementioned spoonful of rice. He coughs and drinks his water and swallows. And then his eyes meet his mom's in a short silence, and then they both laugh. This is new. This takes time. Inko has been walking on eggshells after the incident, and it takes a while for both of them to figure out that Izuku doesn't need that fragile treatment. Izuku doesn't think his mandatory therapy sessions has helped him as much as his mother has. The thought gives him both a jolt of unrelenting affection and guilt all the same. So, his mother begins as they wash the dishes side by side. The entrance exam. He can hear the effort his mother puts to sound nonchalant. Izuku appreciates that. He doesn't want to make a big deal about it, despite it being a really big deal. Precisely because it's a really big deal. It's next week, Izuku confirms, although they both know his mom has been counting down the days on her own. His mom hums. Excited. So excited he could puke. Yeah, Izuku says, and it's not really a lie though. He is excited. Even though he knows the whole thing is a bad idea. Because if he fails, he doesn't want to think about it. You won't fail. Izuku turns his head to look at his mom in surprise. Had he say it out loud? No, you didn't say it out loud. His mom smiles sideways at him. But I could hear you thinking. Izuku smiles, small and brief, before it's quickly replaced by a grimace. I don't know, and then, I have to pass, Mom. I have to. Truly and honestly and desperately. This is all Izuku has. But that's not true, is it? He looks at his mom, who looks back. There is that sort of mix of sorrow and utter love on her face again. What will happen to him if he fails? What then? What will he do to himself? He really doesn't want to think about it, and that's precisely why he has to pass. One way or the other. Quirk or no quirk. Not that his quirk, it still feels ridiculous to think about it. He has a quirk. Would help in a combat situation. Which is a problem, because he knows UA as a powerhouse academy won't let a non-combative student into its prestigious, extremely selective hero class. Izuku doesn't even know what the entrance exam has in store, both the written test and the practical one, only that they are excessively difficult. They shake things up every year, and if anything about the research he's conducted tell him, the practical exam will be combat heavy. That's a problem. That's why he has plans. When life deals you a set of crap cards, you got to have some up your sleeve. The tap water stops running and his mother puts the last plate to the shelf. Both of them wipe their hands on the towel in a comfortable, if a tad heavy, silence. Dessert? His mother suggests with an ever-present smile. They sit on the couch with a tub of matcha ice cream in hand. Initially, Izuku had planned to cut down his sugar and stuff, but his mother quickly shut that idea down. You're going to be stronger and healthier, his mother had said, not skinnier. The past 9 months have been nothing but proteins and carbohydrates, and Izuku doesn't think he's ever been fitter. He's taller than his mom, now, to his surprise, and his mom had mentioned him needing to shop for new clothes because they don't exactly fit anymore. He had to go through thorough medical checkup to apply for UA, so that's one less thing to worry about. It was a surprise, but he supposes it makes sense, though it's a hesitant thought. Though, he wonders what happens to applicants with some sort of medical needs. Would UA accept them? Long ago, before quirks manifested, there used to be limitations on people in certain careers: military, medical career, even common careers, problematic limitations for people with mental and physical disability. Now 2 centuries later with quirks, it only got a lot more complicated. Complicated, and no less problematic. See, UA has always been Izuku's dream. UA, first-ranked hero academy in Japan, 3rd in the world. Maybe it's a form of idolatry on his part. A wistful thinking, definitely. UA, in a way, is a manifestation of Izuku's worth, like Kacchan. If he ever stand equal to Kacchan, if Izuku ever gets in UA, the school that taught All Might, the #1 hero and everything Izuku wishes for. Izuku is no longer a child. Not exactly. Dreams don't work like that. Getting into UA won't solve his issues. But maybe, if he does this, if somehow he does this and gets into UA, then maybe Izuku does have worth. Maybe Izuku is good enough. His therapist would say this is a toxic way of thinking. Which is why Izuku never tells her this. Not yet, anyway. Maybe one of these days, if his sessions get extended and with the strain it puts on his mom's bank account, he doesn't think so. So, Linko says, as an old rerun of Detective Conan Season 13 of Detective Conan, the 22nd century remake, plays in the background, how's your little project going? Izuku smiles, a genuine one. Oh, he scoops a spoonful of ice cream. It's going all right. Inko smiles around her spoon. The 15th prototype test? Yes, fine, you were right. Izuku rolls his eyes fondly. Ceramic core works much better than chrome. Still has the issue of containing the electromagnetic field though. Inko points a spoon at him. Do not test it when I'm not home. Izuku throws his hands up in exasperation. Mom, he swears he isn't whining. He isn't. That was one time. Inko sniffs, but her eyes are shining with mirth. That was my favorite doormat. Yes, I'm sorry. Izuku rubs the back of his neck sheepishly. It was a bad idea. Not sure if it'll be ready by the exam, though. He isn't positive that he is going to be able to use it without charring his arm to bits. Or ever. But it's really cool, isn't it? It's really cool, Izuku agrees. We should binge Star Wars again. We will when you pass the entrance exam. Izuku looks at his mom, but she isn't looking at him. She said it so casually, eyes still at Shinichi Kudo, who is now monologuing about some absurd theorem of murder weapons and culprit motives. She said it like it's an absolute certainty. If anything else, if not for whatever comes in the future, if it's not to salvage whatever semblance of childhood dream or messed up self-worth or a buried down, charring contempt Izuku keeps shut far in the dark pit of his heart, if it's not for a single one of those things. Izuku is doing this for her. For the both of them. Because it's always the two of them, it's always only been the two of them, versus the world. Mom, Izuku says and stops. His throat feels tight. Don't. Inko is still not looking at him. Son, if you start crying, then I'll start crying, and I want to finish this ice cream. Okay, Izuku laughs, wiping the wetness of his eyes away with his sleeve. The day of his UA entrance exam, Izuku kinda wants to die more than usual. This was a bad idea, Izuku tells his mom as she passes him his miso soup. He does not feel hungry at all. He does not feel like existing at all. This was a terrible idea. What was I thinking? Mom, what was I thinking? Hush, Inko says, finish your rice. Okay. And so it begins. It'd be bad luck if you tripped, right? Whatever her quirk is, emitter, a form of telekinesis, object manipulation. It rights Izuku's center of balance with a gentle tug. Both feet now touching the ground, Izuku blinks at her. Her smile is kind of blinding. Yergheg, he says intelligently. Well, good luck, yeah, she says as if he had responded with human words. See ya. Izuku stares at her disappearing figure and thinks, wow. Apparently it's possible to want to die more than he already had. What's another embarrassing instance keeping him awake at night for the rest of his life, anyway? The entrance exam. Izuku wipes his sweaty palms down his pants. Not like it helps. Izuku has always been a nervous person. He's got a lot of tics, he thinks. His runny mouth, mostly, sometimes stutters. Shaking hands. Nausea. Right now, though, he actually thinks he is in hell. He's got to calm down. The breathing exercise, he reminds himself. Having those drilled to his head like crazy for the past 9 months has got to help. Breathe in, breathe out. It's okay. He is not doing anything stupid. This whole thing is totally not a mistake. Izuku grips the strap of his gym bag. He's here. He is doing this. Also, he's paid for the entrance exam, and he is not gonna waste his mom's money, so yeah, there is that. The nice girl has disappeared into the building. Izuku, taking care not to trip off some pebble, follows suit. Izuku knows that UA is loaded. But as he sits among the 10,000 applicants in the humongous hallroom, he thinks, this can't be right. I'm gonna give you a lowdown on how this'll go. Are you ready? Izuku has never been ready for anything in his life. But at least he got to see Present Mike himself and hear his quirk in the flesh. The timbre of the hero's voice booms loud and clear, the vibrato bouncing around the tall ceilings with non-existent amplifier. Oh my god, that's Present Mike. The one and only. Izuku listens to him on the radio every week, though he never actually managed to get even one call in due to the huge traffic of the show. His quirk is powerful, hearing it in person. The sheer volume of it reverberates down to Izuku's heart like bass notes through a sound system. Whoa, dude, you sure are a fan. Izuku starts, turning to find a student staring at him with a sort of amusement. Izuku blushes. He must have been mumbling again. Izuku hesitates. He pays careful attention to the boy before him, trying to assess if that was a derisive comment. A mockery maybe. But before Izuku could decide, the student holds out a fist. I'm Kaminari Denki, by the way. Me Midoriya Izuku, he offers lamely like a normal person. Why do you say that like a question? The boy laughs, easy and friendly. And then, a tentative, dude, are you really gonna leave me hanging? Izuku looks down to see that he's still holding out his fist. Izuku realizes far too late that it's meant to be a fist bump. Later, Izuku realizes that this was his first ever fist bump. One embarrassing instance after another. He's on a roll. Sorry, Izuku says, balling out his hand in what he thinks is a good approximation of what a fist bump requires. I'm just kinda nervo ouch. Sheet sorry. Kaminari says, seemingly as surprised as Izuku is. Someone shushes them. Sorry, Kaminari whispers loudly. Sorry man, that happens a lot when I'm nervous. I give a lot of statics, sorry. It's fine, Izuku says, though he waves his hand behind his back to shake the zing out. Rubbing where their knuckles had touched the zap was far stronger than a normal static touch. It kinda hurt, honestly, but he isn't about to tell Kaminari that. Was that, your quirk? Kaminari opens his mouth to answer, but someone shushes them again, someone from the front, so they both cringe grin at each other and stare out at the podium. Now pay close attention, listeners. Izuku can't help fanboying a little inside. Being addressed as listener, when Present Mike is right there. unparalleled. We'll be testing your mettle by running a 10-minute practice run at our replica city district. You can take whatever you want with you. There it is. He sneaks a glance at Kaminari. Kaminari doesn't bring anything with him, but the same can't be said with other students and Izuku. Izuku's seen the others carrying backpacks and cases that can't be anything other than some kind of support items. For their quirks, mostly Izuku would guess. Or just some kind of boost. He's checked the rulebook obsessively and even made some nerve-wracking phone calls. Weapons are a go. Izuku is rarely ever lucky, but he thinks of this one as a blessing. Not that the weapons would help Izuku much. Stop, Izuku justices himself. This is no time for self-deprecating crap. Geez, everyone sure is dead though. Kinda feel bad for him. The boy, Kaminari, nods at the faraway stage. The entire stadium is silent, despite Present Mix being master of ceremony. The rest of the students are apparently either too tense or too serious to treat this as some kind of a fun thing. The hero is still valiantly trying to hype them up, though. Can't blame them. I'm pretty anxious too. Izuku notices that Kaminari has been jittering for a while. His foot can't seem to stop tapping down the floor in a rapid beat. Kaminari is literally buzzing with energy. Izuku's throat feels dry. Nervous is an understatement. He thinks his heart is just gonna drop to his socks at any moment. Me too, Izuku says. Head to the specified battle center, okay? Izuku checks the assigned paper as if he hasn't memorized the content already. Examinee number 2234, Battle Center B. His own face smiles unsurely at him from the awkward, emblemed school photo. 7 battle locations. That's what, roughly 1.400 kids per ground? The paper creases under Izuku's thumb. That's still a lot. Impossible, even. They must have separated kids from the same school to different grounds. Izuku hasn't seen Kacchan. Has he caught that flash of familiar blonde hair amidst the mass of applicants? Izuku would have known. Kacchan has always been the first person Izuku sets his eyes on in any and every room. Whenever, wherever. By some lucky stars, they haven't bumped into each other and maybe they won't here. The thought grows deep in his chest as a cold, uneasy relief. After it, and just as cold, shame. Shame, because Izuku knows he can't handle seeing Kacchan can't handle taking another one of his jabs, figurative and literally. Since that day they haven't really talked to each other, but Kacchan's message was clear. He sure as hell wouldn't be happy seeing Izuku here. No time to think about it. He's got more important things to think about, like 3 different types of foe villains are stationed in each battle center. Like that. Your goal, listeners, is to use your quirks to earn points by immobilizing the foe villains. See? Much more important things. Use your quirks. What does that mean? What does that entail? Izuku feels cold sweat pricks the back of his neck. Who's he fooling? He knows exactly what that means. Just as he thought. The practical exam will favor entirely on the heavy hitters. Quirk heavy. Of course. A student from the front is asking questions to present Mike. Despite the air conditioning, Izuku is sweating like crazy. He tries to calm his beating heart down to listen. Something about the 4th villain, right? Izuku's almost missed it. Panicking always makes him miss things. Not good. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. Beside him, Kaminari whispers, that dude is intense. And you two over there. Despite not using any mic, the student, a tall guy in impeccable private school uniform, manages to somehow speak loud enough. Head turns all around, and with a sense of mortification, he realizes that the tall student is referring to Izuku. Izuku and Kaminari, precisely. Ah man, Kaminari mumbles beside him. You two have been talking this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here to have fun, then just leave immediately. Ah man, Kaminari says for the 2nd time. Izuku just wishes he were born as a tree. Okay. Examinee number 7111. Thanks for the great message, though. Anywho, the 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. Honestly, not much explanation. For villains from the looks of it, Izuku would guess some kind of machinery. Battle bots. Mobile or immobile? Armed or? From the sheer size of the faux city, that can't be right. But this is UA, after all. Izuku is starting to think, uneasily, that everything is possible here. It's impossible to defeat, but there is no reason to defeat it either. A pause as Present Mike smiles to the mass. The stage lights above showers him with a surreal luminosity. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it, yeah? The whole thing is like a game, Izuku thinks. Points, obstacles. Like a video game. The thing is, Izuku has never been a winner. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes." Izuku would do anything though, right? Whatever it takes. An arm, a leg. You won't fail, his mom had said. And what had Izuku said that day to Toshinori-san? I'm going to UA. I'm going to be a hero. Right? Whatever it takes. Plus ultra. Once again, Izuku thinks, this can't be right. This can't be right, Izuku mutters. What can't? Oh, Izuku starts. Oh, Kaminari-kun, you're in Block B2, right? He hadn't asked. Izuku was all too wrapped up in his head and had split immediately. Was that rude? He kinda regrets it now. Yeah, he looks nervous, foot tapping on the ground, hands balled at his sides. Not like Izuku is in a better shape. But Diamond, dude. This place is huge. Right? They have more than one of these in the school grounds? How did they even get these authorized? How does the school tax even work? He knows UA is the epitome of elite, but this is downright ridiculous. It can't be right. 10-minute mock urban battle. 10-minute. He looks around. He was right. A large portion of the kids utilize some kind of support item or suit. They look strong, Izuku notes with nauseating anxiety. They look strong and competent, like they belong here. They look like heroes. Izuku cringes. What is Izuku doing here? 10-minute. It'll be a free-for-all. He has to beat all of these other kids, somehow. More than 10,000 people apply to UA each year, right? He just has to be the 1 in 300. He could laugh, but he kind of wants to throw up right now. Don't panic. Don't panic. If he panics, he'll mess up and it'll all be over and he'll go home to his mom empty-handed, and that's if he even goes home after all. He's panicking. Dimon, why does everyone have a support item? Even you, Midoriya. Huh. Midoriya looks down to his utility belt and his gym bag slung over his shoulders like a backpack. It's a comforting weight, and he's carried it with him enough that it wouldn't slow him down much. Oh, these. Yeah, my quirk needs some support items. And these are just, common safety glasses. They're not even new, all scratched up that they are. These are the same worn-out goggles that he uses all the time tinkering with stuff. I just like to be prepared, you know? As if he is prepared at all at the moment. I feel like I'm the kid who didn't bring a pencil or something. Kaminari doesn't look that distressed, but Izuku doesn't mistake the cold sweat dripping on the other guy's forehead. Izuku isn't very good at motivating people or talking to people at that matter, but don't worry, he tries. You'll be fine, unlike Izuku. After all, the exam favors combatant heavy quirk. And if the villains are what Izuku suspects they are, then... that's the girl from the front of the gates. Izuku winces at the memory, but she was nice enough. Maybe he should go wish her luck, right? She looks kind of worried. What are you doing? Someone says from behind. What really starts him, though, is the foreign hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku turns. Huh? And then, oh. That girl appears to be trying to focus. Are you here merely to interfere with everyone else? Izuku's head blanks out. Blurge, he offers. Hey, dude, Kaminari frowns, moving to stand beside Izuku. The student, the tall guy who had berated them at the hall, towers above Kaminari, but it doesn't seem to deter him. Not cool. That's all right, Izuku cuts in. The idea of someone else standing up for him is pleasantly very surprising but startlingly uncomfortable, somehow. It's okay, Kaminari-kun, he turns to the tall student. His figure is stoic, eyes hard behind his glasses. I'm sorry. The other applicants are looking. He can feel the eyes staring at him. He can almost hear the mockery. The offhand, derisive comments. Kacchan isn't here. Kacchan isn't here. Under the tall student's cold eyes and the stares and everything that's happened today, it's getting more and more obvious that this was a mistake. That Izuku doesn't have a place here. Around these people that actually have powers, that look like the main characters in a superhero story. And Izuku is just Izuku, isn't he? And he just isn't supposed to be here. Present Mick's voice booms over the arena. What are you waiting for? And then the exam begins. Not only is it a free-for-all, it's a straight-up buffet. Physically, Izuku is in good shape. The fittest he's ever been. His stamina is alright, his strength is okay, and he's been told that he is fast and slippery. Here, Izuku sees now that none of that means anything. The other applicants are rushing to the battlefield, sinking claws and teeth on the first villains they see, and those with destructive quirks just blast through them like a breeze. Izuku, for a hopeless moment, can only stare at their backs from afar. The blatant metaphor is almost hilarious. Izuku has always been behind. Always has the odds stacked up against him. The tall student from before has some sort of a speed quirk, fuming engine embedded in the calves of his leg. His speed is incredible as he tramples one bot to the other. There is an applicant with laser beam quirk, another with strength enhancer quirk, and his eyes catch the nice girl that helped him from before, the one with the object manipulation quirk. She touches the bots and they float as if weightless, feet above the ground even though they are at least 5 times her size. Release, she commands, and the bots crash down with great force. Izuku's head spin. None of this feels real, yet this is the realest thing he's ever encountered, a straight-up slap to his face. What made him think that he could ever stood a chance? The difference is stark. Astronomical. There are other applicants like him too, who can only stand by the sidelines and watch as the villain bots are smashed to bits one by one. 9 months of training, and for what, he wonders, in half awe and acid, hammering self-deprecation. 9 months of blood and sweat and tears and his mother's smiles, and for what? It doesn't matter how many times he does push-ups, doesn't matter how fast he can run or how hard he can punch, because someone will always be better than him, someone will always be stronger and worthy, and he's just Deku. If you want to be a hero that badly, there is a quick way to do it. Stuff. He wants to throw up. He forces the bile down. He has to stop panicking. When he panics, he screws everything up. Everything, and he can't afford to do that. He can't, so stop. He's got to stop. Don't think about it. What, is he just going to stand there and watch and feel bad about himself? Spiral into another self-pity fest? Thinking about how unfair things are? You are not going to fail. Things are not fair. He should have gotten over it already. Izuku looks at his wristwatch. He's wasted a minute. Alright. 9 minutes left. He has to be that 1 in 300. No matter what, right? He has to think. 3 villain bots minus the 1-pointer. And these are bots. 2, maybe 2.5 meters tall. Military grade? No, there's no way those are lethal. Despite its military design, it has got no artillery. Auto machine gun. The 1-pointer and 2-pointers got better mobility but less defense. The 3-pointer is clearly more long-range with caterpillar tracks and built like a tank. Seems like UA does not trade quality for quantity. The streets truly look like battlefields, utter chaos. He's running out of time and out of villain bots. What are his options? This is a test. He isn't provided the number or the location of the enemy. Limited amount of time, too. This test is about weeding out the students. What do they want? What are his options? He's quick, but his mobility is nothing compared to quirk combatant applicants. Pure combat ability is out of the question. His only options are to stay calm. Stay calm and understand the situation. Understand his situation. He knows what to do. Or rather, he thinks he has some kind of idea of what he has to. He has a hypothesis that he has to test out. So he's got to find the test subject, hasn't he? Izuku opens the compartments of his utility belt and starts to do his job. And then he runs. If there is no place for Izuku here, then he just has to do what he does best. He is going to make one. The bots seem to be placed randomly throughout the nooks and crannies of the artificial city. They have to be lured out, possibly, or activated. The ones in the big streets are either already reduced to rubble or are being fought over. Izuku has to be fast. Come on. Come on. His feet skids over to another street and an explosion nearly trips him over. The building right across of him cracks and bursts open in a shower of dust and debris. Izuku reels. Despite knowing Kacchan since he were 4, Izuku has never seen an explosion in this big of a scale, and it's overwhelmingly disorienting. The smoke billows out, no longer obscuring Izuku's view. Izuku isn't sure if this is a lucky or an unlucky occurrence. The bot. A one-pointer, but Izuku always takes what he can. Target acquired. I'll kill you, it grounds out through its speaker. Alright, a little PG-13 there. Don't panic. He can't help but feel a little impressed and something else. All these facilities just for the entrance exam? Izuku saves this line of thought for later introspection. An army of bots, counting all the 7 battle centers, but not enough. Not for thousands of students battling for a seat in the hero course. So, UA can afford an army of battlebots, sure, but there is no way it can afford an army of AI. What Izuku think is this: these robots can't think for themselves. They are just commands coded in, programmed and predictable movement and attacks all embedded in unpiloted metal and gears. Brute force isn't an option. But maybe, hypothetically, he doesn't need brute force here. See, it's as simple as this. Take away the wiring and this is just a heap of metal. Isn't it? Alright, Izuku says, alright. See, come on, the big thing. Grade A superhero quipping there. And then Izuku rolls away as the bot begins to attack. Its figure might be imposing, looking like a murder robot and all, but its movement is direct and simple, and very predictable. Dodging it isn't easy, though, especially when you are trying to build a device off scraps you have in your fanny pack that you think will solve your issues. That's what Izuku is doing right now. He kind of relies on pure instinct and reflex as he skids to avoid its firing. Please work, he prays as he wraps a copper coil on his spark gap, ducking behind a chunk of debris for coverage. Please work. What was it that he thought before? That it's like a game? Izuku tries not to think what would happen if he got hit. The ammo is harmless, he is sure, but if he gets thrown one of the huge chunks of debris, he's done for. Unlike a game, here he can get killed. Target acquired. I'll kill you. Oh, shut up. Last wrap. And a tape because sellotape is the greatest invention of human race wrapped around his worn-out bakken that now looks more like some kind of wand stick with ugly wires taped to it. Please work. Don't panic. Don't panic. If he panics, he messes up. If he panics, he can't think, and he maybe doesn't need brute force, but Izuku has to think. Please work. Please work. Please work. Oh God, Godangelo, he doesn't have all the materials, so he has to improvise, but hypothetically it should work. Hypothetically. And then Izuku runs towards the bot. That's the thing with bots. It only does things that it's programmed to, it only responds to a series of commands that it recognizes. Facing an unprecedented scenario such as an incredibly stupid 15-year-old waving a wooden stick at it headfirst always results in a split, confused second before the failsafe command kicks in. In that split second, Izuku runs. He gets as close as possible to the bot and fires up the wiring on his previously Bakunan stick with his pocket taser. Please work, he says, pointing his invention stick at the vague direction of the one-pointer. Target acquired. What the hell, that's mine. I got to it first. What? Yours? Did your grandma own UA or something? Did she? Hey, don't bring my grandma into this. 13 points, I got. 5, I only got 5, Fuck. Dude, find your own bot, damn it, this one is mine. Eat my entire butt. I said don't bring my grandma into this, you son of a... Denki knows that just like him, these people just graduated middle school. But like this, on a literal battlefield and in a literal, though fake, burning city, the worst of humanity truly is a sight to behold. This is like Battle Royale meets Transformers or something. Amidst the chaos, though, he sees a small figure running towards them from far. Is that Midoriya? It is. He looks a bit messed up, his hair somehow messier than before, and his eyes a bit wild staring out of those safety glasses. Denki figures they all look a bit crazy at the moment, though, so that's fair. Midoriya still has his bag strapped to his back, but he's holding something in his hand, a wooden sort of sort, a bakken, or a stick, with something taped on it. Or maybe Denki is imagining things, because his brain is near malfunctioning right now. But he is pretty sure Midoriya is running to him. "Hey, Midoriya," Denki says, though his tongue feels a little heavy. "What's up?" "Oh, look, there's still some villains left." From the end of the street, some applicants stumble from a building fighting off the bots. Midoriya is panting a little from his running, and his eyes look even wilder than it did from afar. And then he says, "Your quirk is emitter and you can generate electricity, yes or no?" The pause. And then, slowly, Denki says, "Wah? Kaminari-kun, we have less than 4 minutes left. Yes or no?" "Yeah," Denki says, confused. "But why? Do you want to team up?" Denki blinks. "Waf. How many points have you accumulated?" The words are fired in rapid shots and it takes a long second for Denki to process them. "Well, what? How many points have you accumulated?" Midoriya insists. 28, Denki says, and as he says it, he realizes that he is exhausted. It's not just Midoriya speaking inhumanely fast, it's also Denki's brain this close to getting fried. The familiar throbbing at the back of his head is now progressing to something more than just a migraine. "I don't think I can do more, to be honest." "Yes, you can." Blinks. "What?" he says for the umpteenth time. "Yes, you can," Midoriya repeats, and Denki looks to his hand. Or rather, the stick sword thing in Midoriya's hand. "Will you?" Now, Denki's head isn't in its optimum processing capabilities at the moment, but it doesn't take him long to recognize what that is. From up close, he realizes that the thing taped on it is a circuit. "Dude," Denki says in confused awe. The gears in his head are slowly kicking to work, as he comprehends what he is seeing. "Did you just make this?" "I tested it and it worked, but for greater range it needs greater current and I can't afford that right now, and you are the closest thing to an electricity generator around here and—" Denki isn't capable to comprehend that many words in that short amount of time, so he just says, "How the hell did you know how to make an EMP generator sword?" Midoriya blinks. I mean, I didn't? I just winged it on the fly, kinda? And I wouldn't say it's an EMP generator sword, it's just attached to the sword and because I needed an insulator and I figured the bakken would work fine, but anyway you see Midoriya, Denki says slowly. "Are you telling me you just learned to make an EMP in 5 minutes just now? And from the looks like it, the hasty wiring and the Frankenstein heaps of screws and wires and spark gaps? And is that a makeshift capacitor? Did this guy make an EMP generator from scratch? Electronic magnetic pulse." Of course he didn't even think about it, and Denki is the one with electricity quirk here, damn it. "Goddamn, that's brilliant." "Kaminari-kun," a note of panic and exasperation in Midoriya's voice, "we are wasting time, so will you or will you not?" "Hell yeah," Denki says. "Give me the EMP sword." It's not a sword, but he hands it over anyway. And then he blurts, "I only have 3 points. I don't know how the points off this would work between the two of us, if this would work at all, but I'm stumped, and—" "Got it," Denki says. He's not sure if he does get it, but he kind of gets the gist and he wants to do it anyway. Denki doesn't have a good handle on the output of his quirk. He takes a deep breath and carefully holds the handle with one hand and the wiring with another, and carefully, very carefully, because he doesn't want to destroy all electronic devices in the whole region, reaches to his quirk and pushes. There is a moment of utter silence before loud, resounding thump. The villain bot from at the end of the street just fell and died. It's a 3-pointer. Around them, the remaining villain bots follow suit, the light in its head shutting down as if by a switch. Far, in several places out in the faux city, loud thumps are reverberating throughout the radius of the EMP must have reached out that far. Confusion slowly erupts from the other applicants. "What the hell? Is the exam over?" someone says. "Hey, we still got a minute left." Denki feels like his vision is starting to show more colors than there are colors in the world, but he says, "Holy shit." "It works," Midoriya says, like he doesn't believe it, reeling. Denki's head is this close to be jellified, but he manages enough brain cells to put a thumb up. His other hand shoves the Bakken back to Midoriya's chest. Midoriya takes it, still in disbelief, seemingly. Yeah, it does, Denki says. Dude, that was sick. We are the best team up after Pash and Ikachu. Midoriya stares. You mean Ash and Pikachu? Denki blinks. What? Midoriya blinks back. What? 1 minute left. Present Mike says, and then they hear a loud, terrible sound as the ground beneath them begins to tremble. For a moment, underneath the haze of the aftermath of his quirk, Denki doesn't really know what's going on. And then he's being pulled. The 0-pointer, Midoriya yells so his voice is above the sudden noise, his hands pulling Denki's. Kaminari-kun, we gotta run. The 0-pointer is gigantic. Izuku just realizes that he has never really known the true meaning of the word before. It must be 12 stories, 15 stories high. It towers above them, blocking out the sun, and what the hell? Izuku almost can't believe what he sees, the size of that thing, God. The damage that it causes, that it will cause, and it's coming right at them. Present Mike had recommended them to stay away from it. The 0-pointer. We gotta run, Kaminari-kun. Kaminari looks like he's gonna pass out. Quirk overuse, Izuku realizes with a flare of panic. Around them, the other applicants are just as stunned, staring at the giant actual villain bot looming above them all like some sort of monster. That can't be right, right? There is no way UA would. Its 5 LED lights shine a few wattage higher before it smashes down to the ground with a force so powerful the buildings around them reverberate with it and blocks of concrete crumble down the sky. Smoke and dust and debris booms around them, and Izuku hears someone, several someones, scream. Sheet, Izuku says weakly, half hysteric. His legs feel like jelly under him. That's overkill, isn't it? A beat, and then the main street is rushed as the other applicants start running. They have to go now. Kaminari still looks lost beside him, so Izuku starts to drag Kaminari's hand and begins to run when he hears it, a whimper. It's weak, but unmistakable. There is a person under the rubble. Someone got buried from the falling debris. In a stupid second, Izuku stops and looks back. His safety goggles, though cracked now, spares him his vision as the smoke billows out, and he sees her. A mop of brown hair. She got her legs stuck under. She looks like she is in pain. She looks like she is going to cry. Don't panic. Izuku doesn't panic. He looks at his Bakken. It's fallen to the ground somewhere between all the frenzy. The circuits are all completely fried. The capacitor couldn't handle Kaminari's quirk, unsurprisingly. He's only got one option left. One stupid option. Kaminari-kun, run. The boy stares back at him with confusion, but Izuku isn't paying attention. He unzips his bag with force and urgency. This is stupid. So stupid. His mom wouldn't be proud of him. Do not test it when I'm not home, she'd said. Well, she's at work, so she isn't home, but technically Izuku isn't home either. Loophole, he thinks and winces. That's not funny. Sorry, Mom. All right. This is stupid. He is probably going to die. Or lose an arm. Or a leg. Whatever it takes, right? He lets his bag drop to the ground. He's never tried this before. He just brought these as a precaution, but he didn't really have any intention to use them. He's going to kill him. That's it. What was it, that line of thought? It's a game. It's like a game. The villain bots are stock monsters. The 0-pointer is the final boss that won't give you any points. Inventory. Hit points. Lives. It's a game, except that it's going to get him killed. Like a domino, it all falls and clicks in Izuku's head with pinpoint, gentle precision. That's it. Izuku has never been a winner. Izuku has always been so much better at losing. And that's the thing about losing, isn't it? He just has to try again. He just has to keep trying. And Izuku has unlimited lives, so isn't that just perfect? The universe has always loved to mess with him. Please work. Izuku says it like a prayer, and shoots the grappling hook. It hits, but too far off from his target, a point at the outside of the building closest to the bot. In a frenzy, Izuku tries again for the second time. By some miracle, the second hook lodges itself harshly to near Izuku's target. This is it. The cord is tight with tension. This is it. Izuku pulls and launches. Momentum, gravity, all laws of physics are all smashed out of his head as he soars through the air in what seems like a dream. The world blurs around him and Izuku almost convinces himself that none of this is real. That there is no way he just did that. There is no way he just recklessly used his homemade dangerous invention that he never even tried before and launches himself to the sky to murder a giant robot. The impact hits him like a brick wall. And then he realizes that he literally hits a brick wall. Adrenaline rushes through him in a drunken, dizzying intensity. Distantly, he can feel his fingers gripping the wire for dear life. Izuku stares to the giant red eyes of the villain bot. The sheer size of it is overwhelming up close. Even the head is at least 2 or 3 times Izuku's height. Izuku can't even comprehend that he himself is feet above ground right now, hanging literally by a thread. The adrenaline and the shot of pure, sheer disbelief makes it all seem surreal. Izuku brandishes the 16th prototype. He doesn't know if he can make a jump. His feet find purchase on a windowsill. He has to make the jump, so he jumps. A click, the butane propeller clicks in and the fuel valve opens and the blade of the prototype burns. Plasma burns along the edge of the katana within the Lorenz force, casting its reflection in green from the boric acid in its fuel, turning the heat up to give or take 35.000 degrees Celsius, at best. It's not a lightsaber per se, but it's the next closest thing that he can make. The magnetic field isn't going to last long, though, so Izuku has to do this now or he'll risk either A, getting smacked down by a giant robot, or B, having the whole prototype explode due to some not-so-unforeseen miscalculation, or C, all of the above. Izuku either has to destroy the bot's power source, its controller, or does enough damage to afflict all of its sensors. But right now, 15 stories up the air holding a questionable makeshift plasma katana and breaking every single safety regulations his mother and any educational institutions have ever taught him, Izuku doesn't exactly have the luxuries of logical planning. So he just has to see how much damage this thing can really make. Facing the LED eyes of the one-pointer, Izuku swings and pushes with everything that he has. Every single thing that he has. Sparks explode to his vision and Izuku hears the bot groans a long-suffering sigh as it creaks and then he hears more explosions. His ears ring so loudly that it hurts, and then he's deaf. Izuku must have hit a crucial component, somehow, by pure luck. He really is on a roll today. His arms shake with the force he has to maintain, holding the hilt of the katana this time not with the intent to damage but with the sheer unadulterated instinct to hang on for dear life. He can't hear anything but the tremor is unmistakable, and Izuku knows it's coming, but when the loss of gravity catches up to him, he finds himself dumbfounded. And then he thinks, holy shit, I did it. He did it. And then he falls. Here is the thing about falling. Nothing can prepare you to how long it takes. All the wax poetry about how everything slows down in that one moment, Izuku has found out 9 months ago, is true. Everything slows down in this one moment. The buildings blur around him and the sky is so blue. Izuku thinks he is dreaming. He must be dreaming. He's dreamt of this so many times after all, of this single sensation of falling. He's dreamt of the school's roof, the edge of the ledge. The moments building up to it. Kacchan's smile and Kacchan's laughter and Izuku's shaking hand as he writes I'm sorry before scrapping the paper out because Izuku is too much of a coward to come up with a suicide note. He's dreamt of it so many times, so many times. The blinding, satisfying pain. The rush of regret, so much regret, and then the relief. And then, finally, the abrupt stop. He's dreamt about it. About stopping to exist. It's the one thing he can't seem to stop dreaming about, aside from the jumping part. Everything stops. No, everything actually stops. Izuku has stopped falling. He is suspended midair. Someone is touching his hand. He looks and sees the nice girl, no longer buried under, now, floating on a chunk of concrete with an arm reached out to him. Her face is covered with dust and she still looks like she is in pain. And then they land to the ground like a feather. Izuku stares, uncomprehending. Around him, It looks like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The one pointer still stands, frozen still amidst its malfunction like a giant statue of property damage. The air smells familiar. It reeks of smoke and ash and crisply burnt circuits. Izuku realizes with a start that his hands feels like they are burning. He looks down. His gloves have been burnt away, leaving raw, red gashes on his palm. His prototype really did explode. Then, the pain is unbearable. The girl climbs down the concrete with effort, half crawling as she is visibly relying mostly on her hands. She stands for a short second before crumbling down. Her legs must be unable to take the weight. Her knees are all messed up and bleeding, shaking although she is crumpled on the ground, panting. They are both on the ground. She says something. Izuku is still deaf from all the explosions, but he can read her lips somewhat. "I'm going to throw up," she tells him. Izuku can't hear himself either, but he responds anyway. "I'm going to have a panic attack," he tells her. And then they both do exactly that. It might not seem like it, but Shinso Hitoshi is not an optimist. The manager looks up to him from the student card she's holding. And then she looks back at the card. And then back at him. Longer this time, with an added squint. And then back at the card again. Hitoshi insists on keeping his smile on. He tries his best, but his smile does not seem to help things. Granted, he lacks practice. "You are 17 years old?" she finally says. Smile. "Yep," he lies. "Rokugo Industrial High School?" "Yep," he lies again. It's the only high school in the prefecture whose document layout is available HD on the internet. With a bit of Photoshop, a printer and laminated paper, Hitoshi has successfully obtained himself an illegal student card. The pause. Hitoshi's smile is starting to hurt his cheeks. "Okay," she says. "I need to file this in. You get the weekend shift." There is not much of himself that Hitoshi particularly likes, but for this once, he's glad he's tall for a 15-year-old. 177 centimeters this coming spring. "Can I get the night shift too?" She raises an eyebrow. Smile. I kinda need the money, not a lie." Something in her face softens when she hears this, or maybe Hitoshi is just being too optimistic. People aren't often soft on someone like him. He looks too intimidating. "Students have a legal limit of 16 work hours per week," she says. "Plus, trust me when I say you're gonna get sick of this job soon. Worth a try." So Hitoshi's got to find another job after all. "Right?" he says. "You've worked retail before?" No, he's done Fand B, though, which was one of the worst experiences in his life. "Alright. First rule, if a villain tries to rob the cashier, you do as they say." Hitoshi blinks. She raises an eyebrow. Hitoshi realizes she demands a response. "Right?" Hitoshi acquiesces. Second rule, she points her finger to the direction of the clear glass windows, to outside the street. It's an okay neighborhood. Nothing fancy, but definitely safe. Hitoshi was lucky to get a cheap rent around here. If you see kids playing by the street, you tell them to PSS off or they get creamed by a truck. Got it? Hitoshi blinks. Right. Should be easy enough. Alright then, she says. Get to work, newbie. His manager Tagawa-san mostly leaves him to his devices, and vice versa. She is mildly annoying but mostly tolerable. If you swipe some alcohol, I'd know. I won't. If you swipe some dirty magazines, I won't. Mostly. Customers, Hitoshi sincerely believes, is the most effed up thing ever invented. He's dealt with them from his previous, and also technically illegal, given his being a minor, stint at a McDonald's on the shittier part of town. He still has nightmares of counting spare changes and that oven beep. Sometimes Hitoshi looks at a 500 yen coin or smells a French fry and gets a nasty flashback. Such is his life. This is better. Working at a convenience store, that is. At least he won't be smelling the grease of chicken wings while getting yelled at by a middle-aged man wearing Crocs. Plus, no oven and fryer heat. The air conditioner is nice, too. Good for his lungs and sanity. He thinks his chance of contracting cancer is lower by 5% now. Maybe 5.5. Hi, welcome, Hitoshi smiles. His cheeks fing hurt. He hopes he still has some spare patches. Unlike most customers who treat retail workers like they don't exist, this lady catches his eyes with her own and smiles. It startles Hitoshi a bit, not in a bad way. She finds her way to the hygiene section. Hitoshi glances at his watch. It's cheap, old, and secondhand, but it still works. He thinks the crack adds character. Anyway, still 3 hours until clocking out. He massages his aching cheeks idly. You think I wouldn't notice? Hitoshi startles. He looks. Tagawa-san stares at him. He stares at her. And then they both stare at the algebra study book Hitoshi stuffs underneath the desk. To be fair, it is indeed not a very good disguise. Hitoshi hasn't made any mistakes, much, this past week, so he still gets a few strikes, right? To his surprise, Tagawa-san just scoffs. At least it's not a dirty mag, she says, and then she heads to the hygiene section. That's a surprise. He thought of her as the strict type, but she's actually pretty lenient, huh? He eyes the convex mirror at the corner of the ceiling. Tagawa-san is talking to the lady customer from before. Maybe she's a regular. She's shorter than Tagawa-san, and Tagawa-san is shorter than him. Or he's just tall. They're talking low and quietly, he can't really catch it. Well, none of his business. He returns to his algebra. If he doesn't memorize these formulas soon, he's F-ed by the entrance exam. Hello. Hitoshi looks up and smiles automatically. Customer service magic. Hello. He looks at the items placed and starts scanning them. Shampoo, conditioner, pads. Banana ice cream. He likes this brand. Some chocolate bars, the ones with All Might icons on the packets. Anything else, ma'am? She's even shorter up close. Her hair, Hitoshi notices, shines iridescent green under the light. No, thank you. Hitoshi hates this part, but he has to say it. Do you have a membership card? No one ever FANG has a membership card. No, thank you. Would you like to sign up for a membership card? No one ever FANG signs up for a membership card. No, thank you. Money exchanged. She brought her own bag. Keep the change, she tells him and smiles, and even looks at him in the eye for the second time. Hitoshi is slightly flustered. She looks like she's kind, he guesses. Thank you, have a nice day. The next customer that comes and complains that they don't have Shounen Jump for 10 minutes straight. That alone has eradicated all of Hitoshi's functioning brain cells. When the customers left, he looks back at his algebra and thinks, F. He isn't going to memorize these FING formulas. He isn't going to get into UA. He's going to work as a retail cashier for the rest of his sad, miserable life. His dad was right. He's going to die alone and alcoholic, with PRSTT cancer stadium FANG3. Still studying? Hitoshi looks up. Before he opens his mouth, Tagawa continues, arms folded. Getting ready for the entrance exam? What entrance exam? Wait, he's FANG high schooler right now. What's his supposed high school again? Rokuda. He wouldn't be studying for an entrance exam because he is definitely not a 15-year-old with really bad understanding of algebra. She raises a brow. University. Next year is your entrance exam, right? Hitoshi blinks. Right no ya. Smooth. Got a plan for the future? Hitoshi stares at her. Yeah, well, he lies. I'll probably take engineering or something. Or something. It might not seem like it, but Shinzo Hitoshi is not an optimist. He supposes that he does have a lot of pessimism in him. Call it a bit of a trust issue. Call it insecurity. Call it growing up in a shithole. Call it an insistence that Shinzo Hitoshi is not a naive dumbass idiot motherfucker. But right now, mind going rapturously blank as the villain bot aims its gun at him, he thinks, holy effing shit. Shinzo Hitoshi is a naive, dumbass idiot motherfucker. He knows. He's always known. The difference is stark. Astronomical even. It's effing a landslide. All the effing all-nighters, the bruises and the skinned knees, all the everything that he's done. Here, among all these true, genuine heroes to be, people who actually have a chance. People who were FANG born to do this. Who were born to be powerful, to be on the spotlight, All of Hitoshi's hard work, all the pain and the tears and the blood, none of that means anything. Life isn't fair. He thought he'd gotten over it a long time ago, but sheet, Hitoshi laughs, a manic note. Maybe he's too much of an optimist after all. He isn't going to die alone and alcoholic with PRSTT cancer stadium 3. He is going to die right FNG here, a tall but 15-year-old playing hero with Terminator but fuckin' F dash, he says again, and makes a run for it. Somewhere beside him, everywhere beside him, kids with powerful quirks wield their attacks with no care for the world. He's been paying attention to the one with some type of emitter behind him, actually, because if he's going to keep FING doing that telekinesis bullshit, one of the buildings are going to drop on them all and he. A loud boom. Hitoshi looks up in alarm to see concrete raining down the sky. He knew it was coming. He knew, and people like him, people like Hitoshi, he's nothing. He's just a FING extra. A helpless civilian with a nasty, useless FNG quirk. He might as well be quirkless. Why did he ever think he could make it? How stupid. Did he really think he was better than this? He knows, he's always known in his heart, that he never stood a chance. Not even once. Hitoshi has to make a run for it, or he'll die here. Stupid, useless, a throwaway collateral damage. His legs, though, won't FING move. When Hitoshi wakes up, he doesn't know where the hell he is. It doesn't look like his dad's house. Right, he moved out a few months back. But this doesn't look like his shitty rented place either. Too clean, too pristine, too fancy. Since when did he have a bedside table and an air con? He sits up, and migraine hits his head like a truck. F dash, he groans. Language, someone says. It takes him a second to register the person, and his brain short-circuits when he does. Recovery girl, he says. And then he remembers where he is. F dash, he says again. Language, she says again, sterner this time. He almost doesn't apologize. What's the point, anyway? He flunked the FING exam. Did he pass out? Seriously? He passed out like a loser? All those FING algebra formulas and he FING passed out? Drink this. Dispirited and loathsome, he takes the glass of water with a muttered thanks. He doesn't deserve this FING glass of water. He drinks the FNG glass of water. Good. Now you have a concussion, so you have to rest. Take the rest of the day off, and the next couple of days after that too. You should be fine, but you have to take it easy. Are you listening to me? Yes, he lies. What time is this even? The sky outside is still bright. He looks at his watch and immediately says, "Foo hell, sheet. God damn it all. It's broken beyond repair. It's not cracked anymore, it's just obliterated. He is not getting a new one." "Take it off," Recovery Girl says, but she doesn't sound so stern anymore. "The sharps could hurt you." He obeys. He puts the broken watch on the bedside table and doesn't look at it again. It hurts to look at the mangled thing. He bought that sheet with his FNG McDonald paycheck. Frustration coils in his chest, nasty and hot. With alarm, he realizes he's about to cry, which is just stupid. "This is the worst," he says, his eyes embarrassingly hot. Recovery Girl puts a sympathetic hand not on his body, but on the blanket on top of him. "You did your best, kid." Did he really? He doesn't know if that's even worse. If this is all his best can do. "How long was I out?" He pretends his voice doesn't crack. His cheeks flare with shame, but he can't help that. 10 minutes, she says. "But you missed the rest of the exam." "Great," he says. Because he's such a loser that he got knocked out not 10 minutes in. "You're in a recovery space set up near the arena. Rest for a while, and then you can go." A sharp pause. It takes Hitoshi a moment to realize that she's listening to her earpiece. "Yes," she says, and Hitoshi notes that she sounds different all of a sudden. Sharp, like a soldier. "Just stay here," she tells him, and then she's gone. She's incredibly small, but she sure walks fast, Hitoshi thinks idly, as the door barges open almost immediately. He nearly drops the glass of water out of surprise. But the commotion takes his attention right away. Enough that, he thinks, he can push his mental breakdown schedule to later. Recovery Girl is back along with a couple of medic, he thinks, and a tall guy in all black attire. They're wheeling a stretcher, and on it is a kid who can't be older than Hitoshi. His right arm looks nasty, red and fleshy all over, like it's been burnt. He's scratching on his own neck, gasping hysterically like he can't breathe. They place him on the bed on the other side of the room. He's having an attack, Recovery Girl says, urgency in her voice. He can't breathe. We have to give him room. Get a paper bag. Hurry. Call his guardian. The medic runs out of the room. Hitoshi has never seen anything like it, and he can't do anything but stare. He can't look away if he wants to. You can't look away from a car crash, no matter how terrible. Midoriya-kun, Recovery Girl's voice, impressively calm, loud yet gentle. Can you hear me? You're okay. The gasping, hitching breath is terrifying to hear. He looks like he is drowning, his face scrunched like he's in extreme. The room smells like gunpowder and something burnt. Distantly, and far too late, Hitoshi realizes that this boy must be another applicant. A student. Midoriya-kun, stay with me. Nod if you can hear me. He can't hear you, the tinnitus. The medic returns with a paper bag. Hitoshi knows this one. He's memorized guidelines of helping victims in need from theory. Breathing out in panic results in loss of carbon dioxide from the blood, and breathing with a paper bag restores the lost CO2. Watching it in action, though, is another thing entirely. That's right, breathe in, breathe out. Count with me, 1, 2. Sometime after, he manages to take his eye off the boy, with effort. You can't look away from a car crash, and by chance, he makes eye contact with the tall man in black. He can't explain it, but from that one look, Hitoshi knows immediately that this man is a pro-hero. Something about him is familiar, but that's not it, he just knows. Pro-heroes just have this something in the way they carry themselves, a self-assuredness, a solemn confidence. And this man in particular has a no-nonsense look about him. Hitoshi is the first to break eye contact. Good job. You're all right, kid. Keep breathing, come on. He doesn't know how long it lasts. 5 minutes, probably, but it feels like forever. The stuttering, suffering gasps, like every breath could be his last one. The counting. 1, 2, 3. It's uncomfortable. He feels uncomfortable. His stomach churns. He doesn't know why, oh come on he does, but his belly revolts with nausea. Something about the scene is it's just so real and violent, somehow more violent than the battlefield he was in not half an hour ago. You okay? Hitoshi starts, almost in annoyance. What's up with these pro-heroes popping out of nowhere? He looks at the tall man. He's got scarves around his neck, covering almost half of his face. The scarves must have been made from a specific material, from the way they deflect the light like that. Hitoshi knows this hero, he realizes. You're asking me? Hitoshi says almost rudely. But it just seems unbelievable when you see the other guy. Literally. It's not a pretty sight, the pro-hero says, flatly, matter-of-factly. He doesn't sound particularly sympathetic, nor comforting. Ideally, we prefer an empty room to handle something like this, but all the other wards are full. So there are other kids stuck on a medical bed like him too. Good to know. Well, he needs an answer? It's somehow annoying. I'm peachy, Hitoshi says. And he tries to look at the other guy. The boy is not breathing as terribly now, but he's deathly pale, eyes as wild as his hair. Under the light, the boy's hair glints iridescent green. Like the nice customer from the other day, Hitoshi's brain supplies the useless correlation. And then the boy heaves and throws up into the paper bag. Sheet, Hitoshi says as his stomach protests, and then he says, F-, because there is something about human beings that when they see other human beings do some sheet, they just reflexively feel inclined to correspond. Like yawning and, unfortunately, barfing. It's in their FANG nature. And Hitoshi knows this, from theory too. FING sympathy vomiting. Here, the pro-hero procures a paper bag from somewhere spare, maybe, and hands it to him. Thanks, Hitoshi says. I know who you are. You are Eraserhead, and I'm your biggest FNG fan. And then he too throws up into the paper bag. When he finishes barfing, he contemplates why the hell did he come to you just to get his butt kicked, his pride trashed, and his watch obliterated. Does this happen every year? He says hoarsely, not expecting an answer. Yes, Eraserhead answers. He passes him a glass of water. That's F-ed up, Hitoshi doesn't say. Thanks, he says instead. One of the medic enters the room. His mother will be here in 15 minutes. Good. The guy Mito something still has his face inside the plastic bag, but at least he doesn't look like he's going to die from asthma. His hands are shaking, though, shaking so hard that it's unnatural. Hitoshi never saw someone tremble so awfully that their whole body shakes with it. Hitoshi's stomach churns again, and he looks away. Suddenly, he feels awful for staring. It feels like an invasion of privacy. He can't stop himself from hearing. Midoriya-kun, I'm going to have to check your arm, now, is that fine with you? For the next few minutes, Hitoshi just awkwardly stares at the ceiling, pretending to be one with the wall. He really can't be feeling bad about his stupid practical exam failure when he just saw someone looking like they were dying. He guesses he has all the time in the world to hate himself later at home. Midoriya-kun, ugh. Hitoshi is trying to tune out their voices. He swears he doesn't mean to eavesdrop. The room is just so FNG silent he can't help but listen. These scars, they. And then silence. He hears shuffling and something about the pause. He knows that something isn't right, somehow. Like when you enter the room and everyone shuts the F up suddenly because they were talking about you. Or when your parents are fighting but they pretend that they aren't but you just know. It's the kind of awkward, tense silence that Hitoshi especially hates. God, he wants to get out of here. It's okay, a new voice. Extremely hoarse, tired, and boyish. It must be the Mito guy. Another silence. Can you hear me? A little. Well, my quirk allows me to amplify your natural healing process, but by no means without a price. You need a good long rest after this, you hear? Thank you, the guy croaks. I'm really sorry about the trouble I caused. The sudden coherency in his speech is surprising. Just a few moments ago, he didn't even look like he was conscious. It's no trouble at all, Recovery Girl says, firmly. A long pause and then a sigh. We'll talk about it more when your mother is here. But you must understand that it's no trouble at all. Here, have some candy. It'll help. You too, young man. Hitoshi startles for the third time today. Just in a few seconds, she's somehow already by his bedside from across the room. She's fast. He takes the candy because there is no other choice. Thanks. How are you feeling? Better, he lies. She flicks his forehead. Ouch. I meant what I said, she says, a warning. You have a concussion. It is not something to be taken lightly. You were lucky it didn't kill you. Somehow, it doesn't sound like it. Hyperbole. You have to take a long rest too, got it? Yes, whatever. She folds her arms in front of her chest. Being a hero is not about getting hurt, she says, and Hitoshi looks up, surprised by the non sequitur. Contrary to popular belief, it is not. You have to take care of yourself if you want to help people. You hear? Both of you. Being a hero? Is that stupid, naive dream even still within his grasp, now that he's F-ed it all up? Taking care of himself? In all honesty, it's incomprehensible for him at the moment. She looks at his eyes intently for a moment. And then she shakes her head, and suddenly looks tired and much, much older. You still have a lot to learn. Rest here for now, she points at both of them. Rest. It is definitely a threat. She gestures to Eraserhead, and the medic, and all of them leave the room. Hitoshi can hear her voice. See, this new generation of heroes will make me lose all my darn hair. And then the door closes. And then Hitoshi realizes he's being left alone with the other guy. Also, he doesn't know when he can leave. Can he leave now? Like right now? Hitoshi is exceptionally good at initiating conversation. Admittedly, his favorite and only conversational skill is sarcasm, but he likes to think that he's not hopelessly unsociable. After all, that's what his quirk depends on. But he has never been one to make friends. Even more so to butt in other people's business. That's just stupid. He spares a furtive glance. The guy looks not calm, exactly, but at least he's not clawing his throat out again. He is on the bed, half sitting, half lying. To help breathe better, Hitoshi guesses. His arm, or what's visible of it, anyway, doesn't look messed up like before either. His clothes are still charred and ripped, though. The back of his head is pressed to the wall, eyes closed, a frown still visible, and his breathing isn't fed up, but it's still unnatural. A little too quick, a little too rehearsed, like he's trying to keep himself breathing. He doesn't look as catatonic as before, though. Hitoshi wouldn't find it surprising if he wasn't even aware that Hitoshi was in the room the whole time. Enough staring. Hitoshi averts his eyes, but he can't help but wonder what the hell happened to this guy. None of his business, that's for sure. So he keeps quiet, stares at the ceiling. If Hitoshi had gone through that kind of thing, what he would need is space, and a lot of it. So he's going to leave this guy alone. He doesn't even care. You okay? At first, he's not sure if the guy even hears him. But then, yeah. Okay, great. Enough interaction. Hitoshi has fulfilled his duty as a fellow human being. He can now lay and stare at the ceiling in peace. And then, almost too small to be audible, I'm sorry you had to see that. Damn it. Hitoshi looks. The guy isn't looking at him, eyes still shut tight, but he looks a bit more pained than before. Hitoshi thinks he gets it. He wouldn't want to be seen when he's vulnerable either. Hitoshi goes back to staring at the ceiling. It's fine, Hitoshi says, all stilted, and wow, he's unsurprisingly bad at this. He doesn't know what to say. Get well soon? Come on. The room falls into silence, except for the guy's halted breathing. And if Hitoshi hears the guy cry, he's going to pretend he doesn't. After a while, the door barges open for the second time. A short woman runs to the guy's bed at an incredible speed. Following her is Eraserhead. Izuku, she says, like it's the end of the world. Under the light, her hair glints iridescent green. Izuku. I'm okay, Mom. This is something Hitoshi shouldn't see. Hitoshi, as a rule, is uncomfortable with any spectacle that involves affection, familial or otherwise. That is just the way he is built. God, he wants to go home. Test the prototype? What did I say about unsupervised? It worked though for like 3 seconds. Before blowing up. I'm serious, I'm okay, Hitoshi hears the guy say, and wow, what a bad liar. He doesn't think he has heard a worse lie in his life. Seriously. I'm okay. For real. Just had a bit of a, shock. But I'm fine now. Seriously. Seriously. For a guy who looked like he was dying not 15 minutes ago, Hitoshi's got to admit, that's an impressive bravado. Mrs. Midoriya, Eraserhead says, and his tone is tense, cutting. I believe we need to talk. And that's Hitoshi's cue. He sits up. His head pounds, slightly, and he ignores it. He feels the room's attention diverts to his direction, and he ignores it too. Sorry to interrupt, but I feel better now. Can I get my bag and leave? Also, possibly use the shower because he smells like vomit, explosion, and also failure. The last one would be hard to get rid of, though. Ah, the Lady Midoriya's mom, is it? Says, like she just sees him, and Hitoshi pays attention to her for the first time. Wait a minute. Ah, Hitoshi says. If you were to ask Aizawa Shoyuta whether he believes in the hero system or not, he'd tell you to mind your own DMN business. This year's batch seems promising. This year's batch seems like trouble, Shoyuta does not say. Kinda seems a bit too serious if you ask me, Hisazi mourns, not really over the lukewarm response he'd received at the exam briefing. We have a lot of offensive quirks this year. Incredible. Look at Examini 2040. Nemuri clicks her tongue. Is it just me, or do they get more violent every year? And the exam favors violence more every year, Shoyuta does not say. Examini 2040 then proceeds to blow up a 3,751,405 yen villain bot all the way to hell. And more FING expensive. It's not like he never brought this up. On the contrary, he'd brought this up to the committee the first year he taught in UA. The answer he got had almost made him quit on the spot if not for Nedzu. He'd known, even back then, that his position was laughable. A rookie teacher, an underground hero. He did not have any authority whatsoever on anything, really. It surprised no one that his motion was denied, or more accurately, that his motion was trampled and sheet on. Do you know why the entrance exam is designed the way it is, Aizawa-san? Netsu had said to him after. Because the committee wants money, he had answered. And flashy heroes bring money. It's a wonder he wasn't fired on the spot. Of course, Netsu always looks like he is smiling. Aizawa can never tell if he actually is smiling. And you think that this is unfair for examinees with less flashier quirk. Aizawa-san, what does UA pride itself on with? Our curriculum? That was a rhetorical question. UA tailors its curriculum to real-life situations. I would know, I designed it, and we all know that I am a very hands-on educator. Now, tell me, Aizawa-san, is real life ever fair to heroes with less flashy quirk? Yes. I didn't think so either. Now, I shall throw your resignation letter to the bin, if that's fine with you. Something is up. Camera B beta, 157 to 164 have stopped working. Due to collisions? That happens all the time, we have enough backups. No, due to electromagnetic disruptions, says Otani through the comm. They are the current head of security for UA entrance exam. And the only examinee with electricity-related quirk in Arena B is not in that cluster. The disruption seems to be caused by Examinee 2234, says Shoyuta. One of yours. Hisashi nudges him. Shoyuta grunts an affirmative. Each examiner's is registered to a number of examinees on their watch list. This one, in particular, the system has pinged this one in specific, due to their quirk maybe? No, Shoyuta says, slowly. Examinee 2234's quirk does not emit any sort of electromagnetic interference. It seems. Shoyuta pauses. It seems that examinee 2234 has just rigged an EMP and plastered it to a wooden sword. Will this cause trouble? No, Otani says. Unless they manage to acquire some sort of electricity generator in enough wattage to shut our system, it shouldn't be. They stop. They remark. What is it? Nemuri, though her eyes are still trained on monitoring her own batch, has her curiosity piqued. Examinee 2234, Shoyuta flatly informs the room, has approached examinee 2296. Prepare for a momentary shutdown, Otani announces. We have encountered situation 34, section 4. What? Hisashi looks around, baffled. The other examiners have seemed to have their attention diverted too. What's going on? He looks at Shoyuta and immediately pauses. Oh hell no. Shoyuta, why are you smiling? Shoyuta does not avert his eyes from the monitor. Because examinee 2290 SIXS quirk, answers Shoyuta, is an electricity generator. That's when all of their cameras shut down. It's only for a few seconds before their monitors staticize and return to normal. Backup complete, Otani says, as efficient as always. However, as you can see, the villain bots are experiencing a large-scale system failure. How big are we talking? All of the bots in the entire Arena B are inoperative, Otani says. So are the bots from Arena CS, Arena CSW. Nemuri whistles. The exam has just ended a minute early. She grins. That's a precedent, baby. Put this one in the book. Impressive. That's Netsu. Shoyuta glances at the principal, sitting delicately on his seat. The light of the monitors reflect vibrantly on his dark, unreadable beaded eyes. Beside him is All Might, or rather, Yagi Toshinori. Despite his actual form, Shoyuta still does have a difficult time addressing him as the latter. Not that he would ever admit it. Yagi has been quiet for some time now. Not that he is a particularly chatty man. All Might is. Yagi is not. Still difficult. However, he has this tense line in his gaunt shoulders. His eyes, Shoyuta finds, are fixed on the monitor, or rather, on examinee. Interesting, Shoyuta thinks. Something to chew on later. Netsu claps his hands paused together. Nevertheless, we are still in business, he says, cheery as always. The exam has not ended, folks. Not quite yet. Release the zero-pointer, please. It's not really. It's not like Shoyuta could have seen it coming. The amount of applicants that enter UA is up to thousands. That's public knowledge. Some enter through recommendation, also public knowledge. Promising and potential candidates are flagged for prioritized, closer examination. This is not public knowledge. Potentially volatile candidates that could, at a certain level, potentially harm others and or themselves are also flagged by the system. Not public knowledge either. These are the examinees that are added, specifically, into the staff's watch list. It is cross-referenced by their studies, their medical history, physical and or otherwise. He couldn't have seen it coming. Not really, but it feels like he should have. Examinee 2234 does not have combat applicable quirk. Hisashi starts in his seat. Did he just, oh my god, did he just, that's incredible, insane. Shoyuta stands up. From the corner of his eyes, he sees that Yagi does the same. Examinee 2234 proceeds to blow up a zero-pointer all the way to hell. 40 meters up in the empty air. And then he falls. UA has safety procedures for situations such as this, of course. In the entire history of UA as an academy, there has not been one single casualty correction, fatal casualty in an entrance exam. Even so, the moment examinee 2234 lands to the ground safely with the aid of examinee 1227, Shoyuta bolts to the door. Where is he? They're rolling him in, sir, at the north gate. His condition? Stable, but he seems to be catatonic. UA does not accept just anyone. That much is clear. UA does not accept just anyone to enter the entrance exam. There are screenings, surveillances, even as much as the law allows. And it's a public secret that the laws are especially very loose to an institution as prestigious. No, that isn't quite right, to an institution as domineering as UA. And the public is fine with it too because of the hero system. UA prides itself as a diverse institute. It accepts all kinds of quirks, all kinds of children. This is not the truth. But it is not a lie either. He sees them will the kid on a gurney. Shoyuta speeds up and seamlessly rides along with the other medic, steadying the gurney. Where is recovery girl? We are bringing him to her, but all the other wards seem to be full. This year's batch really is? Shoyuta sighs. Can't be helped. Is it near? Just down the hall. The kid looks bad. Shoyuta remembers his file in particular, but like this, in person? Despite knowing his height and weight, the kid looks small, even for his age. They enter the sanatorium with recovery girl. There is only one other kid in the room, who looks startled by the condition of his peer. Shoyuta would too. Does this happen every year? The other kid asks, after he threw up. He had recognized him, which is a mild surprise. Not many do. Yes, Shoyuta answers. The mother will be here in 15 minutes, one of the staff confirms. That's good. The kid examinee 2234 doesn't look so bad anymore. Or at least, he doesn't look as bad as he did just moments ago. It seems like the worst of the attack has passed, but he still looks very much like he feels like shit. Shoyuta can relate. Midoriya-kun, I'm going to check your arms, is that fine with you? It takes a moment before the kid nods. He's responsive, a good sign. Perhaps the tinnitus has dissipated. Shoyuta takes a few steps back, allowing recovery girl space to do her work. The kid's right arm takes the most damage. There are still pieces of gloves wrapped around his hand, cut away gently by a medic. They are engineering gloves, Shoyuta notes. Cotton and LTX, leather. Although its form has been scorched away, Shoyuta can make out some modifications that have been made to the gloves. They are more form-fitting than your typical safety gloves. For the sake of better precision and grip, he would guess. The leftover fabrics are cut away, revealing the kid's worst wound on the palm of his hand. It looks awful. Second-degree burn. Shoyuta looks at the kid's face. He's still wincing in pain. Deathly pale. His breathing is irregular. Shoyuta is just surprised the kid isn't screaming. But then again, considering what Shoyuta has read on this kid's file, he shouldn't be so surprised. It takes a short while for recovery girl's quirk to work. Still impressive, even after all this time, Shoyuta thinks. What a powerful quirk. When the outer layers of the skin starts fixing itself, Shoyuta can't help but feel several degrees of tension slide away from his shoulder. The skin is still reddish in color, but it's no longer the raw flesh that it was moments ago. Does it still hurt? Recovery girl asks, gently. The kid shakes his head. He looks a shade less pale, though his body is still shaking ever so slightly. Could you give me your other arm, please? It's short, but Shoyuta sees it there is some kind of hesitation in his movements. A halted startle. But the kid relents, giving her his left arm. Shoyuta doesn't miss the way the kid's head turns away, though, as if in avoidance. And the way his shoulders reflexively hunch together, just a little bit as if in defense. His left hand looks alright, just minor scratches here and there. Recovery girl nods to herself, and then turns it over to look at the inside of his forearm, and then she stops in her tracks. Shoyuta does too. Midoriya-kun, recovery girl says, slowly. It's incredible. Her voice does not waver, not even a little bit. Everlastingly calm, as it always has been since Shoyuta was still her student. The scars. This, Shoyuta should have seen coming. This was not in his file. The kid doesn't answer. The kid doesn't even look at them, eyes trained at some point of the bed cot, persistent in not finding contact. Recovery girl turns her head and her eyes meet Shuta's. Understanding passes between the two of them. It's okay, says the kid suddenly. Examinee 2234, Midoriya Izuku. His voice is hoarse, scratched out, barely audible. Shoyuta can feel a headache forming at the base of his skull. Another pause, this one tenser than before. And then recovery girl sighs and returns the kid's arm. Her hand lingers just a second longer on his knuckles. Can you hear me better now? A little. He's answering. Another good sign. Right, well, my quirk allows me to amplify your natural healing process, but by no means without a price. You need a good long rest after this, you hear? Thank you, Midoriya Izuku says. Just barely. It looks like it takes a little too much effort for him to speak. I'm really sorry for all the trouble I caused. The headache grows several fractions more painful. God, Shoyuta thinks, damn it. It's no trouble at all, recovery girl says, firmly. A long pause and then a sigh. Worryingly, she looks like she's growing older by the minute. We'll talk about it more when your mother is here. But you must understand that it's no trouble at all. Here, have some candy. It'll help. That includes you too, young man. The young man in question, the other kid with wild purple hair in the other corner of the room, looks like he wants to be anywhere but here. Recovery girl makes her way across the room with exceptional speed despite her petite frame. How are you feeling? Better, the kid mumbles. But recovery girl flicks his forehead in reprimand and ignores the protest that comes after. The kid has impressive bags under his eyes, and there is a gash on his forehead, the reason of his being here, presumably. He looks better than he had too, though, as he fares with recovery girl's speech on taking care of yourself. Being a hero is not about getting hurt, recovery girl says, and her eyes, not subtly, find Shuta's for a second there. Contrary to popular belief, it is not. You have to take care of yourself if you want to help people. You hear? Both of you. Both of the kid responds with an awkward silence. And somehow, Shoyuta has an inkling that she is not talking to just the examinees. Shoyuta chooses to join in on aforementioned awkward silence. Recovery girl sighs for the umpteenth time, shaking her head as if in disappointment. Shoyuta tries to ignore the absurd pang of guilt that follows. He reminds himself, silently, that he isn't her student anymore. Recovery girl throws her arms up to the air exasperatedly as they leave the room after. See, she grumbles, this new generation of heroes will make me lose all my darn hair. I swear, it gets worse every year. Full house full. Can you believe? She shakes her head again. What is Netsu thinking? These kids aren't even afraid to die. These kids aren't even afraid to die. She doesn't finish her sentence, seemingly having calmed down a little. I need to check on the other wards. If anything happens, I can handle it, Shoyuta assures her. She has too much on her plate already. Don't worry, sensei. Right? She nods, half to herself. Right. The Midoriya boy. I know, and God does he know. I'll handle it. When she finally leaves, Shoyuta turns and says to the empty air, and what business do you have here, All Might? Silence. Shoyuta has no idea how, in the hell, how such a huge man manages to tuck himself in the corner of the hall into hiding. He also has no idea that All Might can look anywhere near sheepish. Especially in that form. All Might says eloquently as he comes out of whatever pocket dimension he was hiding in. Shoyuta raises an eyebrow. They look at each other. All Might takes a deep breath and starts, I was looking for. The washroom is down that way. Right? Says All Might. Dejectedly. All right, says Shoyuta flatly. Neither of them move. All Might sighs, caving in. I was worried. He sounds so terribly genuine that Shoyuta almost feels guilty. Almost. Understandable, but he's fine. Sort of. And we cannot have you prancing around the hallway in plain air, All Might. Shoyuta has no idea that All Might could look like a kicked puppy, but it seems like he's learning new things every day. Right? All Might says, and goddamn, how does he sound so defeated when he looks like that? It doesn't make any sense. Alright, I understand. You're right. Shoyuta is being too rough on him. Hizashi would say, if he were here. That's the #1 hero, dude, he would say. All FNG might. Do you still have the leftover of your teenage angst masquerading as a non-existent grudge towards the symbol of peace that may or may not be related to the structure of society and hero system in general, dude? And Hizashi can shut the F up, because he isn't here. The headache is getting worse. This time, Shoyuta caves. He is a little beat up, but Recovery Girl has said that he's going to be fine, Shoyuta tells him. His mother is on the way. I see, All Might says, visibly all perked up. He is even standing straighter, it's a miracle. Thank you, he adds, so genuinely that Shoyuta can't take it. Shoyuta grunts, and then All Might leaves. He is so tall that his head is, comically, nearly touching the ceiling. It's still sort of jarring watching him in a setting other than a battleground. When Nezu first announced that All Might is going to teach this year, Shoyuta couldn't believe it. When Nezu first introduced Yagi Tashinori to them. Shoyuta has 15 years as a pro hero under his belt. Despite it all Might is still a mystery. As a man and as a hero. The timing, however, says it all. It's just an assumption, of course. You can even call it a suspicion. Shoyuta is pretty damn sure the #1 hero is looking for a successor. Midoriya Izuku looks exactly like her son. Is my son in there? Shoyuta barely gets an affirmative out before she barges in the door with a strength that only mothers have. The moment she lays eyes on her son, Midoriya Izuku breaks into tears. Shoyuta has to look away for a moment, because he really can't take seeing unfiltered emotion like that. Midoriya Izuku, however, proceeds to impressively scold her son through the barrage of tears cascading down her face. His son, impressively, proceeds to insist that he is absolutely fine. Really, I swear, Mom, really? Despite looking like he just blew up a giant robot and fell 40 meters to the ground. I'm okay, Mom, Midoriya Izuku insists for the umpteenth time. Shoyuta wonders how he has all that energy the moment his mother arrives. I'm fine now. Seriously. Seriously. Shoyuta clears his throat. Mrs. Midoriya, I believe that we need to talk. Before the mother has any chance to respond, another voice chimes in, sorry to interrupt. Shoyuta looks to find the other kid standing up on his feet, looking extremely uncomfortable. He ducks his head a bit under the room's attention. But I feel better now. Can I, get my bag and leave? Mrs. Midoriya makes a sound of surprise. You, she says. The boy startles at the remark, looking like a deer in a headlight, if a deer in a headlight looks like they just got caught red-handed shoplifting. Ah, he says, looking at her, and then he shuts up. The room goes into momentary silence. Shoyuta says, unimpressed, is there a problem? The kid is looking anywhere but her. Midoriya Izuku recovers quickly, however. Oh no, Midoriya Izuku lies. She smiles at the kid, who is still looking at anything but her. I just thought I mistook you for someone else, dear, sorry. Right, whatever this is, it's not a priority at the moment. Shoyuta fights the urge to pinch the bridge of his nose. Of course. I'll walk you out, he tells the kid and to the mother, excuse me for a moment please. The kid looks like he's been freed from hell the moment he walks out of the room. Shoyuta can relate. What's your name? Shinso Hitoshi, the kid answers, somewhat surprised by the question. Shoyuta nods and goes down the hall. Shinso follows him, keeping a short distance. I'm going to hand you over to a medic for one last checkup. I said I'm fine. Shoyuta stops. He looks at the kid. The kid looks at him. He is tall for his age, only a few inches shorter than Shoyuta. A kid is still a kid, though, and maybe Shoyuta is getting old, but he thinks in dismay, kids these days. I'm not going to repeat myself, says Shoyuta, who is positively unamused. Our staff will then get you your bag, and we have a facility for you to clean yourself up if you so wish. UA prioritizes the safety of its students above all else, and that includes you, the examinees. Is that clear? Shinso Hitoshi still looks like he is going to protest, possibly with a healthy dose of sarcasm. Shoyuta knows his type. He was once this type. But there is a sudden streak of sheepishness in the lines of his expression from the reprimand. Yes, says Shinso, and then there it is with just the tiniest drop of sarcasm, he adds, Sir. Why is he always stuck with problem kids? Hisashi's voice, absolutely unwarranted, answers the question sweetly in his head. It's called karma, Shoyuta. God, his headache. Do you have any other questions before you leave? Shoyuta had expected a dismissive no, and the kid looks like he's about to say no. But then, several emotions passed through Shinso's expression in the span of a second until one emotion is left palpable on the kid's face. The one emotion that Shoyuta recognizes very well. The emotion says, You know what? Shinso Hitoshi says, maintaining direct, hard eye contact like he's going to pick a fight. He probably is. Shoyuta knows his type. I do, actually. Shoyuta knocks before he enters the room. As he walks in, he glances to his watch. He's left the room for 6 minutes. Apologies for the wait. It's all right. Midoriya Izuku has one hand on her son's shoulder. It does not seem like she is letting go anytime soon. Basic protocol. Mrs. Midoriya, I am Pro-Hero Eraserhead. I serve as a teacher in UA Academy and as an examiner in this year's entrance exam. Well then, Shoyuta has never been one to sugarcoat. However, I would hate to waste more of your time. Could you come outside with me for a moment, please? An understanding lights into Mrs. Midoriya's eyes. The implication isn't lost, it seems. Not to Midoriya Izuku, nor to her son. Midoriya Izuku looks down, suddenly, seeming interested in observing his linen blanket. She turns to her son, her fingers squeezing a tad tighter on his shoulder. Izuku. It's okay, Mom, her son smiles at her. I can wait. All right, she says, though it's blatantly obvious that she isn't liking the idea of leaving her son, or joining a discussion where his son isn't privy to. Nevertheless, her hand lets go and her eyes meet Shuta's in some sort of unbridled determination only mothers could have. Shoyuta has never been one to sugarcoat. He always cuts to the chase, for better or worse. He makes sure the door is closed and they are a safe distance away from any chances of being overheard before he says, Mrs. Midoriya, what I am about to say in this conversation does not reflect on your son's UA entrance exam's result, whatever it may be, nor does it reflect my judgment as an examiner on your son's performance. I am speaking strictly as a professional. Is that understandable? When tense, she looks even more remarkably similar to her son. Yes, I understand. But I will be frank. The path of being a pro-hero isn't fitting for your son. For the second time today, Shoyuta watches as several emotions flit through a person's face in a matter of second. Confusion, fear, and finally, anger. Midoriya Izuku's voice trembles with her temper as she begins, How dare you say that? Please, Midoriya-san, allow me to continue. I am the examiner in charge of supervising Midoriya Izuku. This means that, as a representative of UA, I have legal access to certain information pertaining to your son. Shoyuta keeps his voice straight, clear, devoid of any inflection. This also means I have knowledge of his quirk and incidents concerning his quirk. You understand what that means, don't you? The anger gives way, not all the way, no, but it allows another set of expression to adorn her face, exhaustion. Yes, she says, sounding much calmer and much more tired. Of course I do. Shoyuta forces himself not to sigh wearily. He's never been good at this part of teaching media talk. Parent talk. He's too rough around the edges, he knows. He's straightforward at best. At worst? But Shoyuta continues on. Being a pro hero isn't a glamorous job, despite popular belief. It requires a strong resolve. My son isn't weak, she says. Her volume is low, almost quiet, but her eyes are alight with conviction. Fire. The weariness that was present a second before dissipate entirely. She looks like she is ready to burn hell. My son is the strongest person I know. Do not imply that he is anything less than that, Eraserhead. Shoyuta pauses. I apologize, he says, slowly. What I meant to say is simply that being a hero is not an easy life. Far from it. That is my insight as a pro hero. Now, I will tell you my insight as a teacher. He takes a deep breath. Shoyuta meets her gaze head-on. I think your son has potential, he says. And I can say with confidence that your son is not weak. Midoriya Izuku doesn't reply, but she stands straighter. Shoyuta continues, however, I meant every single thing that I said previously. The path of being a hero is a harsh one, and his academic journey in UA in the case where he is accepted will not differ from that. Are you prepared for that? Is the question in the air that Shoyuta does not ask. The way she's looking at him, head held high, eyes hard and positively burning, she is prepared for anything. That is all I have to say, Shoyuta finishes. Silence. Shoyuta can hear the second hand of his watch ticks. Midoriya Izuku sighs. I see. Thank you for your insight. I apologize for my often. She raises a hand. It is fine, she says. I did not appreciate it, but I understand very well what you were trying to say. She pauses. Eraserhead, may I ask one thing of you? Of course. When my son studies at UA to become a hero, she says. Will you keep him safe? As a pro hero and as a teacher? Not if. It would be my duty to do so, says Shoyuta. When they return to the room, Midoriya Izuku is standing beside his bed. The bed has been tidied, blanket neatly folded. Izuku, his mother, chides disapprovingly. She's at his side in an instant. You need to rest more. I'm fine really, Midoriya Izuku lies. I'm ready to go. I may go, right? Shoyuta realizes, a little belated, that the question is addressed to him. Erase her head. No, Shoyuta answers, and watches as the kid falls into despair at the negative. That is not up for me to decide. Recovery girl is the one who will check you out. She should be here soon, and you can go only with her approval. Translation. His mother says with a mother tone, go lay back down, son. No child can go against that kind of voice, and despite it all, this one is not exempt. Midoriya Izuku obediently climbs back into the cot. I will take my leave then, Shoyuta says. Of course, Midoriya Izuku smiles. She is the kind of person who has a motherly smile, and it has nothing to do with her being a mother. And you will keep your word to me, I take it? Shoyuta isn't afraid of a lot of things. As all teachers do, however, he will admit only to himself that some parents are terrifying. Midoriya Izuku, as he has found out in the past handful of minutes, fits right into that category. Of course, Shoyuta answers. Sir? For the first time, Shoyuta meets Midoriya Izuku's eyes. The kid is fiddling with his hands, a nervous tick, maybe, but he faces Shuta's gaze head-on. The resemblance to his mother is dizzying. He doesn't look so pale anymore, though. There is more color to his cheeks, causing his freckles to prominently stand out. It makes him look even younger. I am really sorry for the trouble I caused, I really am. The headache returns immediately. Midoriya, says Shoyuta. The kid starts as his name is mentioned. Would you say sorry to heroes for doing their job? The kid shuts up immediately. Confused and insecure, he says, Of course not. Then stop apologizing, Shoyuta says simply. The kid looks like his head short-circuited. Shoyuta turns to his mother and bows politely, which is reciprocated with a bow and a smile from her part. Right before Shoyuta closes the door behind him, he hears Midoriya Izuku ask her son in a very serious and concerned tone, "Izuku, are you sure you don't want to ask for Eraserhead's autograph?" Outside, he can hear the birds start to chirp. Soft light filters through the drapes adorned in all-might patterns that Izuku is definitely too old for, but he doesn't want to ask for new ones casting his room in. Dim blues and reds. It's the moment of daybreak where everything outside is colored in a cold blue hue. He glances at the alarm on his nightstand, 4:35 a.m. Beside it is the letter from Yue, lying surreptitiously. Sealed and untouched. He hasn't slept a wink. There is a dull throb at the back of his head, accompanied by a slight lightheadedness from lack of sleep or something else. It's not exactly unwelcome, the haziness. He's starting to get sick of his bed, he notes. But he doesn't want to get out. Rather, he doesn't want to not want to get out. Even from this angle and the light turned off, he can see that his room is a mess. Izuku has never been the tedious person, but this is a different kind of mess. A precariously familiar one. He turns, burying his head into the pillow. His room smells of musk and heavy, draping bleakness. Sleep won't come. He wishes it would. It's better to just turn off. If only he can turn off. That's enough, he decides. Izuku gets out of the bed and takes his hoodie, the one with the wallet inside its pocket, from the chair. He doesn't bother to check himself in the mirror. He has enough idea of what absolute mess he currently looks like. A walking corpse at best. The walls of the apartment are thin. He could usually hear Mrs. Sagasawa vacuums her floor above his room, or the Yamada kids next door run around with laughter and the occasional crying tantrums from the young one. But it's dead in the morning. Even his mother, an early riser, is still tucked in bed. Thinks anything. Sometimes she has trouble sleeping when she's too anxious, a trait that Izuku inherits dutifully, and Izuku has given her much to be anxious about lately. As always. Nonetheless, Izuku silently tiptoes through the narrow hallway into the living room. He takes a stack of the sticky notes on the desk and plucks one, scrawling quickly on it. Going out for a run. Be back later. He puts it on the coffee machine where he knows his mom will see. She goes for coffee first thing in the morning, and stares at it for a while. After some time of consideration, he adds a new line of writing underneath, "I promise." He locks the door behind him as quietly as possible. The air outside is slightly chilly, even with his hoodie on. The birds are louder now, perching on the branches of the ginkgo trees in front of his apartment complex. This neighborhood has never been particularly noisy, but he can always hear the sounds of people. Industrial sounds, too. Occasionally, he does live in the city after all. These early hours in the morning are the quietest it can be. The elevator is out of order per usual. The first train takes off at 5 and the trip to the station is a mere 10 minutes walk. He spares a few yens to the homeless man sleeping at the front while he waits patiently, if rather anxiously, for the station to open. The first train is always empty, but never as empty as one would expect. He takes the red line and sits at the corner, his hands stuck in the pocket of his jacket. He's forgotten his phone, he realizes belatedly. He's got his IC card and some money, though, so he should be fine, so long as he goes back by 6. He doesn't want his mom to worry. She will worry. Izuku is perfectly aware of how he's been acting this past week after the exam. She has every reason there is to worry. He doesn't want to think about that. The coastline is still in the Mizudafu area, so the train ride is fairly quick. Izuku idly watches the man with the suitcase nodding off at one corner, the old lady quietly sitting primly on the other. The effects of lack of sleep have gotten into him. Everything seems to be moving in lesser frames per second, as if his vision is a lagging video processor. The dull ache at the base of his skull thrums almost steadily in an odd rhythm. He is very tired. When Izuku is finally out of the train and the station, he checks his shoelaces. It's past 5 and the sky has started to brighten. The last of the stars hang dimly in the sky, washed out by the rising sun. And then he starts to run. And then he wonders why the hell did he make all the choices that he did in the past year. It's been a while since he ran a full week and a day, as a matter of fact, and it shows. He started too fast, too eager, and his breath has begun to deplete rapidly. His lungs are sitting uncomfortably in his chest, rattling. His sides ache. He can't well feel his legs. He doesn't care. Maybe if he runs fast enough, exerts himself hard enough that it hurts, that he hurts. Maybe if he hurts himself enough he can turn off. He isn't sure how long he's at it, but by the time he falls on his back, staring up at the now blue-yellow sky, his lungs are so sore with pain. Every drag of breath wheezing out of him is accompanied by asthmatic, hitching noises. His throat feels drier than sand and he realizes, almost distantly and far too late, that he hadn't brought any water with him. His heartbeat is deafening, a series of thunderclaps in his ears. He thinks, rather calmly, I'm going to die. He waits. And just in case, he waits for a few more seconds. He still does not die. Izuku rolls to his side and retches. Nothing but acid. His stomach is revolting fiercely against him. Grains of sand prickle into his fingertips as he digs them into the ground. Izuku coughs violently, lungs seizing in panic as carbon dioxide is hacked out of him bits by bits, and nowhere near enough oxygen coming in. Going for a mad run after being awake for 36 hours, on an empty stomach, with no water. It's what he deserves, he thinks gravely, underneath the pain. 15-year-old dumbass found dead at Dagoba Beach. The nausea is almost sobering. The outside world is slowly trickling back into his senses, his heartbeats softening ever so slightly into a dull thrum along with the headache. The pain is sobering. This is what he was looking for, Izuku thinks, sand cutting into his hands like razor dust, his digestive and respiratory system spasms in agony, his head spins. This is what I was looking for. He's missed this. It's so close, he thinks. It's the closest thing he could get to it. The clinical sense of detachment, above the pain, underneath the pain, all around it. Like he is watching himself suffer, as both the actor and the audience simultaneously. A sort of agony that he could pretend to be big enough and boisterous enough, fits itself on him like a glove. Being not all there. This is the closest thing he could get to it, other than, "Dear God, are you all right?" a voice says, and Izuku startles, and is then struck by a sudden sensation of déjà vu. "You okay, buddy?" But the circumstances are different. There is no sidewalk this time, no 7-Eleven, no distinct sensation of a semi-trailer truck slamming to his demise at 80 miles per hour, writhing under his skin like muscle memory. He is at the beach, he reminds himself. He tries to look, but his eyes are bridled with tears and confusion, unseeing. He tries to breathe. "Are you all right, my boy?" the voice repeats. Izuku is cast in a shadow as the person hovers above him, effectively shielding him against the sunlight. Izuku starts, but his throat is way too dry, choking on itself. A bottle of water is held in front of him with urgency. "Drink this, please." It's ridiculous. Izuku is back, shaking his head amidst it all. He shouldn't trouble others due to his own bad life choices, much less some passing strangers unlucky enough to witness his hysteria. "Midoriya-kun," the voice says insistently, "please," and Izuku looks up to see Toshinori Yagi crouching in front of him with an expression of absolute horror. Izuku accepts the bottle with shaking hands. He drinks a little too fast, throat constricting momentarily with a stutter. Toshinori Yagi looks like he is going to call the ambulance. After coughing his throat out, Izuku takes a much slower sip, evening his breath out until the black spots crowding his vision dissipates. "Better?" Toshinori asks, softly. Carefully. Izuku nods jerkily. "Thanks," he adds hoarsely, "because it's only polite." The nausea persists, doubled now with anxiety. He ignores it. Now that the imminent danger of passing out has passed, shame eats Izuku alive inside out. He sits there, drenched in sweat in his faded hoodie, printed with all might illustration and a grammatically wrong English sentence underneath. "Do with all you might." Hair wild and greasy due to having not been washed for at least 2 days because he is a useless piece of crap, eye bags the size of Mount Fuji, looking like a haggard, insane person who can neither do anything right nor gather even a shred of will to live. He looks down at the water bottle. Toshinori gingerly sits beside him, on the sand. They go silent. Izuku wonders if this is going to be yet another PRD of grown-up consultation. It won't work. It never works on Izuku. That's why sometimes he thinks those therapy sessions have been in vain. Not Dr. Mitsugu's fault, of course. He wonders, too, what kind of face Toshinori is making right now. He doesn't dare to cast a glance at him. The last time they talked was 2 weeks ago, the week before the entrance exam. It hadn't ended. Not Toshinori's fault, of course. Izuku even thought at some anxious point that maybe they would never talk to each other again. Izuku knows people have expiration dates. And Izuku's is particularly very prompt. Expirable. Disposable. He's mourned about it, a little. Friendships never come easily to him, if it ever comes at all. Does Kacchan count? And Izuku knows he's only got one shot at it, if he has any at all. And he did shoot. And then he messed up everything. Izuku has never been a winner. That's the thing, isn't it? That's the whole issue. Izuku opens his mouth, and then closes it again. What is there to say? Other than he's sorry. Sorry that he messed up. Sorry that Toshinori had to see him like this, crouching on a public beach at 5 in the morning like the public hassle that he is. Sorry that he made Toshinori Toshinori. He even gave Izuku his first name, so repulsed by him that now everything changes and they are never going to talk to each other again. All because Izuku can't be a normal person for once and have normal thoughts. Do normal things. Not even once. So there is only one thing to say before they separate ways forever. Izuku opens his mouth. I'm sorry. And keeps it open. Izuku gapes at Toshinori Yagi, forgetting momentarily his aversion for eye contact because he is just too startled by the unwarranted apology. I'm sorry, Toshinori Yagi repeats, and he sounds so genuine. So guilty. He looks guilty, now that Izuku is really taking a good look at him. He looks downright dejected, the harsh shadow over his features gaunter than Izuku ever remembered them to be, casting his eyes almost completely in black. Did he lose weight in the past 2 weeks? Stunned, Izuku tries to formulate a response in his daze. What? Is the only word he manages to form, which is rather rude. It's just so baffling. He corrects himself. I'm sorry, what, better? Why? Toshinori-san, there is absolutely nothing for you to be sorry about. Toshinori looks at him, still with that somberness thick in his eyes. The last time we spoke, I believe I went too far. I caused you discomfort. For that I apologize. Izuku stares at him. You didn't. This is just so wrong that Izuku, for a moment, forgets about his full body ache and his miserable life and etc. I don't what? You didn't do anything wrong. I overstepped, Toshinori continues, sounding so grave he might as well be in a funeral. I spoke over matters of which I have no business. Izuku has always believed himself to be rather demure. He doesn't look for trouble, most of the time, they just find him too easily. And he has always respected his elders, which is the ironclad rule that his mom has bestowed upon him. And he sticks to that. He tries to curse very sparingly, and never in his life has Midoriya Izuku ever uttered so much as a darn in front of his mother. Right now, however, although he doesn't give voice to it, Izuku stares at Toshinori Yagi and thinks, what the hell is this guy talking about? Toshinori-san, please, you have nothing to apologize for. Izuku says, exasperatedly and insistently because he can't handle a second more of this. He rarely ever has anyone apologize to him before, and it's making him highly uncomfortable. If anything, it was me, I overreacted, you were only asking a question. And it was just a question. It was a rather kind one at that. Izuku just can't handle kind things when they are directed at him. But he isn't going to elaborate on that, because if he couldn't explain it to a professional therapist, then he doubts he can to anyone else. I'm the one who's supposed to apologize. I made it weird, for no reason, and I made you uncomfortable. For that I'm very, very sorry. Izuku says at a very rapid speed. And I understand if you aren't comfortable with talking to me anymore. What? Toshinori says, so baffled that he is too momentarily startled out of his own angst. My boy, why in the world would you think that? Izuku stops, confused. Toshinori stops, also confused. They both stare at each other in double confusion. Because. Izuku begins and then trails, unsure. Because that's how it's always been. Some people gave Izuku a chance, talked to him, and then he messed up, and then they left. That's how it's always been. But he can't say that. You don't. Izuku hypothesizes unsurely, you don't feel that way? Of course not, Toshinori says, sounding astonished, and on some level horrified. I would never. Oh, Izuku says in a small voice, looking at him strangely, because it's an entirely foreign concept that someone wants to talk to him. Not only that they want to talk to him even after he's messed up. Another baffled silence. But Toshinori, seemingly the one with the more capable and mature processing of the intricacies of emotional confrontations and also being the adult in this situation, says, slowly, I think there might have been a misunderstanding between the both of us. Izuku, who has much lesser capacities of such, and who also has been awake for more than 36 hours, blinks slowly. Oh. Toshinori goes silent once more, but this time he seems to be calmer and less morose. It's a contemplative sort of silence as he ponders how to go with this direction. Nevertheless, he decides finally, I apologize for having made you feel uncomfortable, Midoriya-kun. But you didn't. Izuku protests weakly, but Toshinori shakes his head. Nevertheless, Toshinori says, resolutely. Izuku opens his mouth to protest, but then he shuts it again. He frowns, palpably disturbed by the whole idea, but he says, okay, and then, thank you, and then, I'm sorry, because he has no idea how to respond when someone apologizes to him. Due to lack of experience. And due to Izuku being Izuku in general. Toshinori sighs, with a note of exasperation and something else Izuku can't quite understand. Before he can think too much about it, though, Toshinori smiles. It's a fond, genuine smile, surprising Izuku himself with how real it is. I'm glad to see you again, young Midoriya, he says. And then Izuku realizes despite it all, Izuku feels the same way. A sort of relief floods his system. It feels good, a slither of something close to happiness, after everything. A part of him is very glad he meets Toshinori, even in this circumstance. Toshinori is his friend, Izuku realizes with faint wonder. Toshinori watches him, for a moment, and the smile fades a little. I hope you've been well, he begins carefully. Have you? That was quite a fit you had there. There is hesitance there, strained with anxious worry. Izuku blinks and then remembers himself. What he had been doing. What sort of situation Toshinori found him in, just a moment ago. The way Izuku felt, just a moment ago. Beneath the pain, above the pain, all around it. The way he was so close to being not all there. So close. Izuku blinks. He trails. I was. What was he doing? Yes, I'm fine. Thank you, he adds, hurriedly, for the drink. Toshinori takes his bottle from Izuku's offering hands. He is still watching him closely, but not unkindly. Of course, Toshinori says. There is a worried frown on his forehead. Did you forget to bring your own? That's unusual of you. Yeah. Izuku tries for a smile. It doesn't feel right. I was sort of distracted. More or less. He adds, a bit too fast, you really saved me, Toshinori. Thank you. If Toshinori notices that Izuku looks far more messed up than he usually is, he doesn't say anything. Have you eaten, Midoriya-kun? Of course he notices. Toshinori is far more perceptive than one would think he is. Izuku knows that. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Toshinori prods gently. Izuku looks at him, sideways. There is a stiffness to Toshinori's gesture that Izuku didn't notice before. Izuku realizes, suddenly, that he isn't the only one nervous in this conversation. Something unfurls in the pit of Izuku's chest. A warmth. Have you eaten? Izuku replies, just as softly, but there is a note of humor in his voice that he himself hasn't heard in a while. Pot, kettle. Toshinori laughs, abashed. He always looks a bit better when he laughs, a bit more alive. The usual, then? Izuku nods and tries for a smile. It feels right. The usual. The usual is a quaint little restaurant just by the street side across the sea. They serve great egg rolls and fresh grilled mackerel. They are also the only restaurant open by this hour in the area, which Toshinori introduced to Izuku only a short week after they started to run together. The bowl of oyakudon, the cheapest item on the menu, but also one of the best, is placed in front of him, steaming with a tantalizing smell and looking like absolute perfection. Izuku wills his own stomach not to make desperate noises. He doesn't really remember the last time he ate somewhere yesterday afternoon, probably courtesy of his mom. Thank you for the food. Haven't seen you in a while, eh? Katsumi-san, the most youthful 65-year-old woman Izuku has ever met, puts down Toshinori's order with a grin. She is a co-owner of the restaurant, and her katsudon doesn't rival Izuku's mom's, but it's close. Bit pale today, aren't you? You look like you're going to topple over, son. Usually it's just Toshinori right here. Now, Toshinori says, though good-naturedly. Hard to feel offended when the food is that good. Even harder when he's been a loyal customer throughout the 20 years since the opening of the restaurant. Bullying customers again, dear? Koton-san, the second most youthful 65-year-old woman Izuku has ever met, saunters between their seats to pour the tea. She is the other co-owner of the restaurant. She tilts her head when she arrives at Izuku's seat, a pair of parietal eyes inspecting Izuku ardently. Haven't been sleeping right, have you? Under 3 pairs of scrutinizing eyes, Izuku shrinks on himself. A little, I guess. Honey, could you get the miso soup, please? And we ought to get some ginger tea in you, dear. Get that strength again, yes? It seems like today Izuku cannot escape, whatever this is. Please, Izuku says, half pleading. Koton-san, there is no need, I couldn't possibly. Shush, none of that, she tuts, taking the bowl of miso soup from the counter, courtesy of Katsumi. Here you go on the house. I'm not the only one bullying customers, am I? Shush you, Koton tells her wife. Her wedding ring glints under the light of the morning sun through the window as she arranges the table. Their marriage is as old as the restaurant itself, and amazing food aside, it's one of the reasons Izuku loves to come here, even on the days where he runs solo. There is a sort of warmth to the place, in the simple and modest interior, the scent of spice and cooked rice lingering in the air. He can't put a finger on it, he just knows that it quells his head, for however short. At the moment, it is more than enough. And certainly more than what Izuku deserves. Izuku accepts the tea with a thank you, sipping it slowly. It's not too sweet and the ginger aftertaste is balanced well with the honey, warming him down to the core. He watches Koton-san making a fuss over Toshinori-san, lecturing him on his eating habits. Toshinori looks resigned, but the 3 of them are laughing. Izuku is struck, slowly and quietly, by a sudden clarity. This is what he was missing, Izuku realizes. He's been locking himself up in his room for a full week, and to no one's surprise it messed him up. Of course it messed him up. It always does. Izuku should have known better, he knows. It's not as if it's the first time. Far, far from it. He knows the telltale signs like the back of his hand at this point. But maybe that's it. That's exactly it. Maybe he does know better. He knows perfectly that it's going to screw his head over. That's exactly why. He knows. He just did it on purpose. Izuku doesn't know what sort of strange look is evident on his face, but Toshinori inspects him somewhat carefully above his bowl of okayu. All right, young Midoriya? Sorry, Izuku digs his chopsticks into a piece of egg. Such good food. Would be a waste to spoil it with his stupid, noisy head. Just a bit tired. How have you been, Toshinori-san? Me? Toshinori says, surprised by the sudden direction of the topic. He doesn't call Izuku out on it, though. He smiles amiably. The usual. You know how it is. Didn't you say you got a new gig, Toshinori? Oh really? Izuku perks up, missing how Toshinori startles at the further direction of the topic. What kind of gig? Congratulations, Toshinori-san. Yes, what kind of gig? Koton ponders sweetly. At her side, Katsumi hides a snicker under her wife's shoulder. Do tell us all about it. Toshinori pauses for a short second, before seemingly regaining his composure. Of the fortunate opportunity to work as a teacher, starting this semester. He ducks his head a little, like he is abashed about it. My, congratulations. A teacher, Izuku repeats, momentarily forgetting all his woes. He contemplates this. He doesn't like most teachers, but I can picture you as one. Really? Toshinori says, sounding surprised by it. Izuku nods. He really can. Izuku doesn't like most teachers, but he does not like them either. It's just sort of a slippery slope that he doesn't like to delve much into, to be honest. Teachers haven't always been attentive to Izuku or his issues. And Izuku has a lot of issues. Teachers mostly ignore both. Which is understandable. Izuku would too. Toshinori, however, they've been sparring for months, after all. No, months is a bit of a stretch. They don't do it regularly, only sometimes. They ran together once in a while, and by the fourth, maybe seventh time, the conversation stirred and shifted, and somehow, at one point Toshinori became Izuku's sparring partner / sort of instructor. A part-time one, anyway. And a full-time friend / father figure, but he isn't going to acknowledge the last part if he can help it. And totally not to Toshinori. Izuku has somewhat practiced basic and occasionally not so basic moves with Toshinori. And while awkward instances were unavoidable and Toshinori's little bits of instructions don't always come across clearly, Toshinori is patient and understanding. It is also obvious that he is knowledgeable and wise. And above all, he is very, very nice to be around. Sometimes, Izuku wonders if Toshinori is an ex-pro hero. The thought doesn't exactly bother him, but it does nibble his brain from time to time. It's just an inkling, but he never asks about it. If Toshinori wants him to know, he decides, Toshinori would tell him himself. Toshinori has always respected Izuku's boundaries, after all. For the past months, he never really bothered him about the occasions where Izuku goes AWOL, or when Izuku isn't. All put together. So Izuku will respect that. And that's one of the things Izuku likes and admires about him, too, that comfort. The trust. And Toshinori isn't intimidating. If anything, it's the opposite. His presence is calming, comforting. Izuku is sure, as a figure of authority, Toshinori would still attain that charismatic friendliness to him. Of course, Izuku nods vigorously. I'm positive you'll be a great teacher, Toshinori-san. I would love to be your student. Toshinori stares at him. Thank you, young Midoriya, he says, so genuinely that it almost sounds grave. Suddenly embarrassed, Izuku ducks his head. No way, no way. Kids are gonna bully the hell out of him. Now. Eat more, so kids don't bully you. I'm not sure if that's how it works, dear, Koton informs her wife. She pours more tea to their half-empty cups. Now, come to the back with me for a moment. I need to find the mirror and it's never where I think it is. I told you it's on the left shelf, honey. Just come with me, dear. Koton takes her wife's arm, and to the both of them she says, hold the fort for a minute, will you? Call us if a customer comes. Having the customer do our job, Kacchan? Hush you. They disappear to the back room, hand in hand. Izuku smiles a little to himself. He feels good. He can almost say that with confidence. It's a drastic change from how he'd been just half an hour ago. How he's been the whole week. The change is drastic enough that his head spins a little from it, reeling, knowing that he feels okay. He almost forgets how it feels to feel like this. Or maybe that's the fatigue talking. He doesn't mind either way. He feels calm enough that he's near sleepy. It's the best way he can feel in these circumstances. Nothing he deserves. Toshinori clears his throat. Young Midoriya, there is something I have to tell you. Oh, of course, Izuku says. Something about it surprises him. Toshinori's tone sounds, not serious. Anxious. Like he's nervous about it. What is it? Toshinori stares at him, silent for a little too long. The shadow across his face, previously gone, now returns with full force. Darker. It's very important, he says quietly. He sounds like he means it. The calmness that came over Izuku dissipates, slowly replaced by worry. Okay, Izuku swallows. And then, with more than a little panic in his voice, Toshinori's, you're okay, right? Toshinori has never been loose-lipped about his health. Izuku asks him, sometimes never directly and never about why, Only how have you been and how are you doing today? He never really gets a helpful answer out of it. And he certainly never pushes. There is surprise in Toshinori's face before he smiles and the shadow lightens, a little. Yes, I'm fine, my boy. Don't worry, his lips thin. I've wanted to tell you this for some time now, he says, like it's a confession. I just never had the courage to do so. Izuku waits, a little confused now, albeit relieved. Toshinori has a sort of pinched, constipated look on his face. The truth is, he begins, sounding somewhat strained, I owe customers. Katsumi slips out through the Norin with a dutiful smile at the middle-aged lady that just walked in with her dog. Welcome. Good morning. Ah, good morning to you too, Katsumi-san. Toshinori glances at the scene and looks back at Izuku, who is still waiting patiently. The smile returns to Toshinori's face. It looks genuine, but there is a certain twist at the corner of his mouth, like he is a little sad about it. I just wanted to tell you that I believe in you, he says, finally. You will become a great hero at UA. Izuku stares. For a moment, something twists in Izuku's chest. No one ever says that to him besides his mother. That they believe in him. His throat closes up. And then, one more person to disappoint, his traitorous brain supplies. Izuku falters, biting his lips. Thank you, he says quietly. That means a lot to me. Really? There is a pause. Is everything okay? Toshinori says, the smile gone from his face. He sounds hesitant, confused. Izuku stares at his half-empty bowl. He worries the chopsticks between his fingers. I don't know about that, he says faintly. A longer pause. You don't know. Toshinori prods carefully. Have they not told you the result yet, young Midoriya? If Izuku was in a better state of mind, or if he had slept for minimum 8 hours like a normal person of his age, Izuku perhaps would have noticed how odd that question is. As if Toshinori knew UA's entrance exam schedule. As if Toshinori knew how UA's entrance exam acceptance worked. Izuku never told him so. Who did? As it is, though, Izuku merely shakes his head slowly. They sent me a letter yesterday. Few trails. He didn't even tell his mom about it. He took it from the locker and kept it quietly in his room. I haven't the courage to open it. Haven't the courage to face his failure. Haven't the courage to accept, even though he has reminded himself of this time and time again. Haven't the courage to accept that Izuku has never been a winner. Haven't the courage to find out what he will do to himself if he fails. But then again, the voice in his head says, what hasn't he done to himself? He shrugs and shakes his head out of it. Thanks, he tries for a smile. Toshinori is being kind. It's not Toshinori's fault that Izuku can't take it. Thank you, Toshinori-san. Toshinori doesn't reply for a moment. Great, Izuku ruined it. Of course he did. Made things worse to everyone. Izuku stares at his food, having lost all his appetite. He can't do this again, he thinks. Toshinori even was so kind as to apologize to him. Izuku doesn't want that to happen ever again. He mustn't make Toshinori feel guilty about Izuku's issues. Don't worry, Izuku adds, a little rushed, but that's all right. He can work with that. He works out a smile. I mean, it's UA, after all. Of course it won't be easy, Izuku laughs, and his voice shakes a little. Toshinori is looking at him with a pained and tortured expression, but Izuku doesn't even notice amidst his attempt to placate. I'm not so arrogant as to think I would. I mean, a lot of people try their best and they... He's rambling at this point. Izuku takes a deep breath to compose himself. Come on. Don't mess this up again. Even if I don't get in, his voice doesn't even waver at this part, which is a feat in and on itself. I'll be okay. Find some other ways or, I'll be fine. I see, Toshinori replies, softly. There is an unreadable look on his face, but he smiles at Izuku, if a little tentatively. I'm very happy to hear that. Izuku thinks that'll be the end of that, but Toshinori continues, I've watched you put in your best every single day, my boy. Regardless of UA, those efforts will be rewarded. You have done very, very well. I promise you. Izuku doesn't know if it's the generous, very kind words, or the solemn conviction in those shining blue eyes, or the way the wisps of sun rays hits Toshinori's blonde hair just right. But there is that sensation again, that sort of odd, calming déjà vu, like he's seen this before, he knows this, something so terribly and dearly familiar that has taken root in his chest. In that split second and remarkably, the sentiment echoes in his heart long after that Izuku believes him. With all his heart. "Thank you," Izuku says, and then he busies himself with the rest of his food so that Toshinori won't see him cry. They paid for their food with great effort. First, Izuku has to fight with Toshinori because Toshinori insisted on paying for him. Overcoming that, he has to fight with both Katsumi and Koton because they won't let him pay for his meal. Granted, this is a common occurrence. Katsumi has said at one point that Izuku is the esteemed bearer of a discount for the rest of his life due to his pseudo-community service. "We never had so many customers before you cleaned up this godforsaken beach," Katsumi told him many months before. "You deserve a lifetime's worth of katsudon from us." After fighting a losing battle, they separate at the station. "See you next week?" Izuku missed it, but Toshinori takes a millisecond too long to reply. Of course, he smiles, reserved and kind. "I'll see you next week. Take care, young Midoriya." Izuku fiddles with his hoodie by the neck, trying to somehow fan more air in. The sweat and grime and sand he notices with a cringe combined under the layer of the thick fabric. Far from pleasant. But recommended. Nonetheless, he thinks, standing up between bodies, holding onto a rail. He feels even good. Maybe. Just maybe. Izuku wonders if he has just successfully cheered himself up. Cheering oneself up. A mystifying concept, but he did it. It doesn't even bother him that much, he notes, being in a crowded place like this. It's commuting hour, people are going to work, and the train is on its way to being full. But he feels like he can handle it. It's absolutely perplexing to find out that one can cheer themselves up instead of just moping and waiting for the depression to go away. After 15 years of doing the latter, it astonishes him. Izuku walks home feeling like he just unlocked a special feature from life. The moment Izuku enters the house, even before he could say "I'm home," Midoriya Izuku stands up from her seat at the kitchen table. "Where have you been?" she says, her mouth tense and her figure rigid. Izuku blinks. And then his stomach drops. The clock reads 7:15. That's why the train was so crowded it's way past 6. Izuku swallows. "I went for a run." He cringes. "How stupid." "I know," his mom says. The sticky note is held tight between her fingers. Of course she knows. "What I want to know is why you didn't bring your phone with you." Izuku has never seen his mom raise her voice against anyone, and less of all Izuku himself. Not once. She isn't angry a lot. Anxious, nervous, tense all the time. Sad, sometimes, when she thinks Izuku isn't looking. But anger? He rarely ever sees this. The hard, pinched frown between her brows, the tight pull around the eyes, the clenched teeth. So rare, in fact, that when she is angry, it surprises Izuku like nothing ever could. And when she's angry because of him, it breaks Izuku's heart like nothing ever could. Knowing that he's pushed his mom, his gentle, kind, patient mother, so far to the edge. "I'm sorry, Mom," Izuku says quietly. "I forgot. I should have. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking." Her shoulders, Izuku realizes with alarm, are shaking. Her eyes wet. She doesn't raise her voice. She never does. "I thought," she says just as quiet, her voice shaking with something painful and fragile. "I thought you could have, anything could have happened, Izuku, and I wouldn't know, do you understand? For all I know you could be." She stops herself. She doesn't need to say the word, they both know what she meant. You could be dead. That's what she meant. You could be dying. You could be on the way to the morgue. And she's right. He could. Guilt makes Izuku sick to the stomach, curdling and festering along with deep, red shame. "I'm sorry," he says numbly, and it's not enough. It's never enough. "I'm sorry," 2 words written on a suicide note, scrapped and blown to the wind. "I'm sorry," as if he could ever fix everything that he's done to his mother. How stupid. How less. How selfish. I'm sorry. It'll never happen again. She takes a deep breath, composing herself. No, she says sternly despite the tears. She walks around the kitchen table. I hope not. This is what Izuku does. He messes things up. He makes his mom cry. Mama. He has absolutely no idea what he's going to say. And he will never know, because his mother embraces him in a tight hug before he gets anywhere with it. I was so worried, Inko says, muffled and wet with tears into Izuku's hoodie. I'm sorry, she pulls back to look at him, a hand cupping the underside of his jaw firmly. I overreacted, I'm sorry, I just panicked, son. It's just the thought of you. I just couldn't. No trace of anger left on her face. Just like that. It's incredible, the generosity of unconditional love. Izuku's throat closes up and his vision is blurring quickly. I know, he says, his voice hoarse and all messed up, breaking along the edge. I'm sorry. Now you're going to be late because of me. She makes a noise that's half sob, half scoff. They don't pay me enough anyway. Izuku chokes a laughter between his sobs and hugs his mom tighter, trying to quietly, wordlessly, say things that I'm sorry could never suffice. It's a nice paper. Thick with a smooth, fancy texture. Yue really doesn't compromise quality on anything, he supposes. He never sees a letter with an actual stamped seal on it. Why is it so heavy anyway? Izuku examines the envelope, staring it down like it's going to unenvelope itself. It doesn't. He swallows, the corner of the envelope pinched between his thumb and pointer finger. Here goes nothing. Yeah. Here goes everything. Everything in this 9.5-inch envelope, everything. If he fails, what will he do to himself? What hasn't he done to himself? Well, he thinks, with a wry smile on his face, fingers trembling, I won't die, for sure. He lets go of the envelope like it burns him. Calm down, he chastises himself. Calm down. Come on. You have done very, very well. He believed it at that moment. Truly, for some incomprehensible reason, he did. You are going to be a hero, sweetheart, his mom had said, all those months ago. That's right. Izuku takes a deep breath. Whatever it takes, remember? Whatever it takes. He opens it. The disc falls to his desk with a soft, metallic sound. And then light fills his room, constructing itself into a shining hologram towering up to the ceiling. Izuku gapes as All Might's face fills the narrow space of his bedroom. Just behind the projection are the numerous posters of the same man, a dozen of identical faces staring right at Izuku. Testing 1, 2, says Izuku's #1 hero. Am I on screen? Izuku, impressively, does not pass out. A four-in-hand knot, Izuku finds, is yet another thing that he doesn't have any talent nor hope in succeeding. He doesn't understand what he's doing wrong. He usually is pretty good at following instructions. He inspects his reflection, somehow at a loss. Why is it so short? Is it supposed to be like that, this length? He pulls at it jerkily. It's sort of too tight around his neck. Izuku, did you pack some tissues? Yeah, he calls out, still fiddling with his tie. Maybe if he puts it in this loop instead of that loop. What about a hanky? You can't leave without a hanky, dear. Izuku throws his head back in a burst of laughter. Mom, don't say hanky. Please. Inko slips through the ajar door and laughs at her son's attempt on whatever that is, because it's definitely not a four-in-hand knot. Come here. She can't resist the urge to ruffle his hair a little, ignoring Izuku's incoherent protest. He's tried to tame them down for hours, you know, before going to attack Izuku's monstrous recreation of a normal tie. The green highlights on the uniform bring his colors out. He's so much taller than her now. When did that happen? Perfect. Thanks, Mom. Izuku zips up to put a kiss on her cheek. She follows him as he stumbles through the hallway and watches his son almost trip on empty air. Her perfect, clumsy son. He's in a hurry, Inko notes. Izuku's cheeks are flushed, his freckles prominent against them. He keeps fidgeting, but not just from anxiety. He's very excited. Inko is far from perfect as a person, as a mother. She has made a lot of mistakes in her life. Irrevocable mistakes, that will forever haunt her in her sleep, bloodied uniform, bloodied scissors, among many other things. And she's scared, constantly, so afraid of making another one. Another one for the list of things she hates herself for. But this one. This right here, that smile on her perfect, clumsy son, this does not feel like a mistake. This can't be a mistake. Not this. Not something this bright and wonderful and perfect. Izuku. Yeah. You look mega cool, son. Oh, Ojiro-senpai. Ojiro turns at the call, eyes finding Izuku in the middle of the crowd. He smiles instantly with recognition, jogging lightly to Izuku's direction. Midoriya-kun, and then with a laugh, okay, maybe you can drop the senpai now that we are classmates. Izuku suddenly feels shy, which is sort of embarrassing in itself, because they've known each other in the dojo for more than half a year now. The door slides behind them as they enter the fairly crowded train. Izuku grins, sheepishly, shifting his foot. You're still my senpai, though. Not in UA, Ojiro reminds him. You didn't even tell me you were applying, you sneak. He laughs again, surprising Izuku. There is no malice in the jab, just some mix of disbelief and something. Friendly? I mean, Ojiro-senpai continues with excitement. At the exam, didn't you rank? Izuku can feel his cheeks heat into a mortifying blush. It was just I got lucky. I had help. Izuku sputters, before immediately attempting to pinch his voice down, his pitch momentarily raised due to the extreme horrifying embarrassment that slammed into him. I cooperated with another student. That aside, I didn't mean to hide it from you or anything. I was just, I really didn't expect to, actually get in, and I think it'd be sort of, I don't know, show-offy if I had. Whoa, relax, Midoriya-kun, Ojiro says, easy, with a friendly shoulder bump that surprises Izuku out of his embarrassing monologue. Sorry, I'm just kidding. I just kinda wish you did tell me because the whole thing was nerve-wracking. Would have been nice to share that, Izuku blinks at him. Oh, he says after a pause. That's right, isn't that what people do? Tell each other things and go through them together? Why didn't Izuku think of that? Socializing issues aside, he just didn't think that Ojiro-senpai would, care about him enough, or more precisely, Izuku just didn't want to know what Ojiro-senpai would think of him. What Ojiro-senpai would think of Izuku signing himself up for the UA Hero course, of all things. Izuku of all people. Biggest joke of the year. Izuku can't say that. Ojiro-senpai isn't like that. That's just his messed up head talking. Izuku's face still feels warm. He doesn't really know what to say. He tries, anyway. I guess it was just kinda embarrassing. I didn't think I would. I didn't have the nerve. Izuku's gaze flickers down to the floor, stupidly. See, this is why he shouldn't be allowed to interact with people. He can't even hold a proper conversation for, 2 minutes. I get it. The train sways gently around them. Izuku looks up. Ojiro-senpai's mouth twists into a small, rueful smile, something thoughtful in his eyes as he looks at Izuku. He's taller than Izuku by a few centimeters. I'm not the most confident person too, So I get it, he says. And then he shrugs a little, his smile widening a fraction. Well, no harm done. Congrats. I get it. It's such a small thing what he said. But Izuku's brain short-circuits momentarily because that was probably the nicest thing any of Izuku's peers have ever said to him. That understanding, that kind disposition despite Izuku's mess of a self. It makes something in his chest stutter a little. Congrats to you too, Ojiro-senpai. No need to bow, Midoriya-kun. Right? Izuku straightens himself up again, and Ojiro laughs. Congrats to your rank, though, Ojiro says again. Seriously, it's insane. The heat crawls up his neck once more. His ears even feel a little hot. Izuku pleads, somewhat mortified. I had help. Right. Sorry, I was just teasing, Ojiro grins, with an apologetic edge. After a short pause, he says, you kinda have a habit of not taking credits, Even in the dojo. Izuku opens his mouth before closing it again immediately. And then, with as straight a voice he can muster, do you know who our homeroom teacher will be, senpai? Drop the senpai, will you? Ojiro says, though he seems to be nice enough to take the shamelessly blatant topic change in stride. They didn't tell us, I think? I hope it's someone cool though. Vlad King would be awesome. Vlad King would be awesome, true, but I hope it's Present Mike, Izuku says earnestly. Dang, Present Mike would be sick. Izuku beams a little. Right. They never really talk much before, other than niceties. They never really discussed heroes in depth before, but Ojiro-senpai is literally in the hero course with him, so that gotta count for something. I don't mind either, to be honest, Ojiro nods, looking a little wistful. Imagine if we meet All Might. Izuku would throw up. I would throw up, Izuku says honestly. I would pass out, I think, Ojiro agrees. But I hope I'd take a photo with him first. And then I'd pass out. A passenger shushes them a few seconds after that for laughing too loud, probably. Izuku almost doesn't mind. Ojiro-senpai apologizes and then the both of them look at each other and Izuku just fights hard to hold back another bout of giggles. Is this a loser part of Izuku, which is basically the whole part, wonders faintly what it's like to have friends? Because honestly, it feels kind of freaking incredible. Oh, a few stops more, Ojiro-senpai notes. The views outside the window have shifted into skyscrapers as they delve more into the metropolitan part of the city. Izuku can't help but feel a little mystified as it sinks in. I can't believe I'm really going to you, Izuku says, a little quietly. Same, Ojiro replies. It still feels kind of surreal even now. Oh, look, there it is. And then they see it, the building. It's huge, towering to the sky, occupying hectares of land. The morning sun glints off its windows in a soft, blinding light. It's the exact same view that Izuku saw on his way to the entrance exam just a few weeks ago, but it's different, like this. It hits different. Ojiro-senpai is wearing the UA uniform, just like him. Izuku looks down at himself the way the blazer is tailored fit to his body, and the fabric, the best quality of fabric that he has ever worn. His shoes, he notes his cheap, red shoes look positively out of place against the otherwise impeccable outfit. You know, Ojiro-senpai says, a little quietly, I'm sort of worried about the classmates' part, though. I'm guessing the atmosphere is going to be somewhat, high-strung. I'm not really good with that kind of thing. Izuku blinks. High-strung, he echoes. I bet it's going to be pretty competitive, Ojiro says, something uncomfortable in his tone of voice. Honestly, it's insane that I've even gotten this far. It's kinda, scary. Izuku turns to fully look at him. Ojiro is still looking out the window, a pinched look between his brows. They never really talked before. Not really. Ojiro-senpai is the best student in their dojo, standing above even the other seniors exceeding their age. He's never been condescending to Izuku and has always shown him the ropes in spite of Izuku's whole Izuku thing. It's why Izuku really admires him, his skills aside. Again, that kindness. And if Ojiro-senpai, that cool, kind, strong Ojiro-senpai, is scared. Izuku can feel the lightness he's felt since he opened the UA letter dissipating like smoke. Anyway, I'm glad that you're here, you know? I'm not really the social type, so it's really nice to have a familiar face. But it's UA they're talking about. It's UA that Izuku is entering. Midoriya-kun? Izuku blinks. Huh. You okay? Ojiro is looking at him weird. You look a little, greener than usual. I'm fine, Izuku says. He suddenly realizes that the train is so crowded. He forces himself to look Ojiro in the eye and tries to smile. They were never really close, not really. Ojiro-senpai has always been nice to him. He's a good person. Just nerves. Izuku wipes his hands on his pants and wonders if he's going to ruin them just from the way he's sweating like crazy, suddenly. His mouth feels a little dry. Which is insane. Is he really going to have a mental breakdown session when he felt absolutely fine just 5 minutes ago? Do you need to sit down? No, he is not. Not gonna let that happen. Izuku shakes his head and laughs a little. He steps back, pushing so his back can find the wall. No, it's okay, sorry, how does he phrase this in a way that does not make him look like a complete freak? Ha. He stands up straighter. It just kinda hit me, you know? I'm really. You know. Izuku pauses. And then he says, "It's you." What the hell? Ojiro looks a little less concerned then. Izuku probably looks like he isn't going to pass out anymore. Oh. Yeah, it's crazy. So, I can't believe I didn't ask this before. Izuku sweeps in what he hopes is a smooth subject transition. He pushes his hands into the pockets of his pants just in case they shake. What class are you in, Ojiro-senpai? Oh, right, Ojiro-senpai frowns. I can't believe I didn't ask you either. I totally forgot. Wait, I'll check. I think I'm in. Wanna No way, Izuku murmurs. He checks his phone where he took a photo of his own letter. No way, I'm in 1A2. They look at each other, a smile forming on their respective faces. No way, exclaim them both once more. Shush, shush is a passenger. Izuku cringes. Ojiro apologizes promptly and they go quiet for a bit. And then they look at each other and Izuku finds himself holding back a huge, relieved smile. I'm so glad we are in the same class, Ojiro says in moderate volume. He looks as relieved as Izuku feels. Thank God, at least I know someone. I'm glad we are in the same class too, Izuku says. He really is. For a second, everything actually feels like it's going to be okay. For just a second. I'm really good at everything? At, meeting new people and stuff. Me neither, Ojiro sighs. I bet the studies are going to be really hard. I'm sure you'll be fine, Izuku tries, even though he is dying inside. Only the best of the best is supposed to get into UA, right? So that means they'd be walking into a class full of child prodigies or something. It's like a big joke. A cosmic joke, really. Izuku, of all people, in a class meant for special people. At least I got a friend, Ojiro-senpai says, and Izuku looks up. We should do study groups later or something if you want. We kinda live near each other, after all, maybe after dojo sessions. It takes Izuku an embarrassing second to realize that the friend Ojiro meant is him. Oh, Izuku says, though it sounds a little like a squeak. Ojiro isn't even looking at him when he said that when he called him a friend. It was a casual, offhanded thing, the way he said it. Like it's the most natural thing in the world. He hopes to God Ojiro doesn't notice the new blush entering his face. Yeah, that sounds great, senpai. Ojiro laughs. Seriously, drop the senpai. I'm sure you'll catch up with me in the dojo soon. No way, Izuku says with way too much emphasis, but seriously there is no way he would even come close. Not in years. Maybe ever. Ojiro-san, he pauses. Ojiro-san. Ojiro-san visibly cringes. Oh, somehow that's worse. Ojiro-kun, Izuku tries, unsure. Ojiro-kun grins a little shyly. Much better. Izuku smiles. Okay, he says, and then, Ojiro-kun. Yeah. Izuku stares at the window. And then looks back at Ojiro. I think we missed our stop. A while ago. They look at each other for a beat. Crap, says Ojiro-kun. This place is way too huge, Izuku wheezes. I think it's this way. Ojiro points to a vague area on the right. To Izuku's envy, Ojiro-kun is barely out of breath. Oof. Izuku nearly crashes into Ojiro when the latter stops dead in front of what must be the biggest door he has ever seen in his life. It must be at least 3 times his height. Is this door for All Might? This is it, right? I think so. According to the map, the both of them chanced a glance when they ran like hell to the lobby. The school even has a lobby, like some bank. Izuku glances at the futuristic 1A inscription on the giant door. Yeah, this is it. They look at each other. Okay, Ojiro-kun takes a deep breath and pushes in. In retrospect, Izuku should have known. The universe has always loved to mess with him. He has always been the first person Izuku set eyes to in any and every room. Whenever, wherever. Whenever, wherever. Whenever. Their eyes meet. What Izuku hates the most, he thinks, is that Kacchan always manages to make him feel like he is 5 again. Always manages to make him feel like he is falling 20 meters to the ground, gravity punched right out of him. Always manages to make him feel like the color red. Kacchan is here. Kacchan is here. Of course Kacchan is here. The best of the best. A spot reserved for special people. It's UA after all. And last time the both of them met had been. Is there any problem? A voice says. Kacchan looks away. Izuku breathes. Midoriya-kun? Yeah, Izuku says, vaguely turning to the direction of Ojiro's voice. His eyes focus on Ojiro's somewhat concerned face with difficulty. And behind Ojiro is... Well, Eraserhead says. He's talking to him. No, sir. Most of the seats have been filled. The class is full. Izuku's stomach churns the moment he is aware that there are 18 students staring right at him. Right, they were late. Late. Ojiro spares a nervous smile at him and takes a seat near the back. Izuku ambles to the other only empty seat, which is... He can't hear anything other than his heartbeat as he puts his bag down in front of Kacchan's desk. This is the hero course, Eraserhead says, pocketing a pack of what looks like jelly drink. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. Silence. There is a beat where he drags a sleeping bag to the class podium before turning to stare at them. Right? Aizawa-sensei says. Put on your PE uniform. We are doing a quirk assessment test. Izuku's brain processors malfunction as he attempts to process that. Quirk assessment test. It's almost hilarious. The universe loves to screw with him. There are murmurs as chairs are being pulled. Izuku looks at his desk, the best desk he has ever seen. The surface is so smooth and clean and there is no dug-up scratches of useless FN Deku on them as if it's the most interesting thing in the world. He can hear his blood rushing like he's going to die as the chair behind him is pulled and Kacchan. Kacchan walks past his desk without so much a glance. Izuku breathes. He didn't realize he'd stopped doing that. He wants to... Okay, Izuku thinks, as he gets up along with the other kids to the changing room. Rewind. How is this going to go again? Let's track back a little. So he wants to be a hero. Great. He passes the UA entrance exam by pure luck. Great. So now is the being a hero part, isn't it? And how, Izuku asks himself, his brilliant, idiotic self, how on earth do you plan to do that when you can't even be in the same room with Kacchan without wanting to? Dude, this is the guy I was talking about. This is him. Oh, the ash to your Pikachu? It takes Izuku a few seconds to comprehend what's going on. He stares at the two boys who just manifested in front of his desk. Air, he says rather eloquently. And then, oh, what's up, Midoriya? Kaminari-kun says, holding out a fist. Izuku looks at it before his brain kicks in and he bumps it in a manner that he hopes is normal behavior. Kaminari-kun, he says. We are in the same class. Man, that's awesome. This dude here is my friend, Kirishima. Sup? Kirishima grins and offers his fist, which Izuku proceeds to bump dutifully. Kaminari told me all about what you did in the exam, Dim. You were cool as hell. It's all very disorienting. Is he being approached right now? By people? By oh my god, by his classmates? Mortifyingly, Izuku finds himself blushing hard. For the nth time just this past hour alone. Oh, okay brain. I had help, Kaminari-kun helped me. If it wasn't for him... Oh man, Kaminari cuts in with excitement. But you were like, bam. Pew pew. He imitates what Izuku's pretty sure are lightsaber noises. And like kapow. Obi-Wan and everything. Izuku's face is as red as Kirishima's hair as of now. Thank you, he says. Humility is super manly, Kirishima says admiringly, and Izuku wants to combust a little. Didn't you rank? No. No, not. He's babbling now. It was all thanks to. If you're here to make friends, go somewhere else, Aizawa-sensei says, an intimidating silhouette of black cut hard in the middle of the class. The three of them start. Most of the class have left the room. Some of them, all unfamiliar faces, are looking back curiously at them. Sorry, Izuku offers in a pathetically small voice, which is quickly rewarded by Aizawa-sensei turning to glance at him. Izuku is inadvertently reminded of the last time the both of them had met. He was not making a good impression then. He's pretty sure he isn't making a good impression now either. He feels nauseous with shame. Time is short, Aizawa-sensei says flatly. Are you still planning to dawdle? No, sir. He is a very tall man, Izuku notices. He already knew, but he really is a tall man. Aizawa raises a brow at them, and the three of them turn to follow their classmates out of the room. That was scary as hell, Kirishima says the moment they enter the changing room. Dude's kinda gloomy, isn't he? Izuku relaxes considerably when he realizes that Kacchan isn't there. He must have already finished changing. The locker room still has some people inside, though. Izuku inches to a corner and inspects the P uniform. The material is good, even better than the daily uniform, durable, waterproof. He wonders if he can alter it later. Ah, Kaminari says, I was hoping we'd get someone cool, like Present Mike. Izuku hesitates. Izuku knows he shouldn't say it. He knows he should have kept his mouth shut. If there is anything he's learned in the past 15 years of his life, it's that it's never a good idea to go against the majority. And Izuku is especially placed very low in the social ladder. Unfortunately, keeping his mouth shut is one of the many things he can't do. I think he's cool. Both boys turn to look at him, and Izuku immediately regrets it, and his brain does. This weird but counter-jerke which makes him blurt, he's the pro-hero Eraserhead, right? He's known to be one of the best underground heroes out there. The boys look at each other. I didn't know that, Kaminari says, and Izuku's stomach drops. Kirishima looks a little thoughtful. Wait, actually, I've heard that name before. I didn't know you were a hero nerd, Midoriya-kun. Izuku turns to look at Ojiro, who smiles at him. It takes Izuku a few nanoseconds to parse that there is nothing malicious in the way he says it, so Izuku just shifts sheepishly instead of killing himself. Oh, yeah. No way, me too, man. Kirishima exclaims, surprising all of them with the ferocity of his words. Who is your main? I main Crimson Riot. Izuku freezes for a second before his brain kicks in and, Crimson Riot is amazing, he says, and the dam breaks. I think that Crimson Riot was the hero of his era. His resilience and moral code is an inspiration to the following generations of heroes, and his legacy is unparalleled. Kirishima cuts in. Oh my god, yeah. Fellow Crimson Riot stan, you are officially my bro. Now he won't shut up for at least another 5 hours, Kaminari says. Hey man, I'm Kaminari. Oh, I'm Ojiro. Hey Kirishima, let the poor guy breathe, he needs to change too, you know. Oh right, Kirishima says, stopping. He rubs a hand to the back of his neck sheepishly. Sorry. I just get super excited, he's kinda old school, so not many people know about him. Izuku, whose head is kind of spinning right now, shakes his head. It's cool, he says. He feels a little high. He thinks that was the first time in many, many years anyone else has ever gushed out about heroes with him. Oh right dude, this is Ojiro. Hey, what's up? There isn't really a private space in the locker room, but Izuku tries to manage. He surreptitiously moves a little farther than the others. He feels a little self-conscious about it, but he knows that no one is looking at him, it's just his faulty anxiety-riddled brain. The uniform fits him well. Perfectly, even it's light, comfortable, high quality. He looks at himself in the mirror on the wall next to him. Midoriya Izuku, wearing UA colors and symbols. An imposter. Hey Midoriya, let's go. Don't want to get yelled at again. Izuku looks away. Right? He tries to smile. Izuku doesn't know when it all began. It being the constant what-ifs in his head. It being the sleepless nights. The nervous stutter. It being the ever-present nausea so thick his tongue is heavy with it. It being his brain supplying endless scenarios of things that'll go wrong. He's so good at it. So good at thinking what'll go wrong. He knows what it is. His therapist calls it that word, the one that sounds like a curse. The term that Izuku doesn't want to admit, doesn't want to claim. As if Izuku's life isn't hard enough without a disorder. Those fears, those stupid, meaningless, relentless fears. They're not real. A product of some neurotic haywire. A character flaw, a defect. They're not real, most of the time not really. He knows people aren't looking at him, but it feels like they are. He knows he doesn't disgust people, not all of them, anyway, but it feels like he does. relentless, meaningless. But sometimes they're right. Sometimes he actually does screw up. Sometimes things go wrong. A quirk assessment test? And right now, they are going wrong very quickly. What about the entrance ceremony? And why is he here? If you're going to be a hero, you don't have time for leisurely events. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. Why is Izuku here? Averages taken from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is slacking off. Why the hell is Izuku here? Midoriya Izuku. Izuku looks up. A pair of dark pupils framed by bruise-like circles staring right at him. He is, suddenly, ensnared with the sensation of being tied up. You finished at the top of the entrance exam, Aizawa-sensei says. What was your best result for softball throw in junior high? There are low murmurs all around him and Izuku feels so horrifyingly singled out. His throat feels like sandpaper. I don't remember, he's mumbling, which is a bad habit. He should cut that out now. I think less than, speak it out. Come on. Less than 50 meters, I think. His cheeks feel hot with shame. He wants to throw up. Alright, Aizawa holds out a ball he procured out of nowhere. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. It's your average, everyday softball. Izuku looks at it like it's a grenade. Except if it is a grenade he would actually because right now he really wants to. He takes the ball. Stupidly ambitious. That's him. And look where it got him. His biggest nightmare. Izuku takes a step to the circle on the field. 18 pairs of eyes staring right at his back, waiting to watch him perform his inadequacy to the world. You're going to trip and fall, Izuku thinks to himself. You're going to make a mess of yourself and everyone is going to make fun of you. They'll know you don't belong here. They'll know that you... So we are allowed to use our quirks? Someone whispered. That's awesome. Look, Kacchan is laughing at you right now. Because they're going to find out that you're a fake and you're going to get kicked out. Give it your all, Aizawa's voice rings next to him, but Izuku can't bring himself to look at his teacher in the eye. He's going to expel you. Izuku's hand is so sweaty that he's sure the ball is going to slip right out of it. He steps into the circle on the field. Give it your all. His all? Izuku's all is belly acid and blood-bitten lips and the constant ashen, burnt smell clinging to his school uniforms. Izuku's all is losing. This was a mistake. This whole thing was a mistake. What was he thinking? What kind of grandiose, bloated delusion was he in until now? When had Izuku forgotten his place? The bottom of the ladder. He's just Deku. Just a quirkless nobody. Quirkless effendi Deku. Except that's not true anymore. Izuku blinks water that could either be sweat and tears out of his eye. 9 months of blood and sweat and tears and his mother's smiles, and for what? You're going to be a hero, sweetheart. Regardless of UA, your efforts. He throws the ball like his life depends on it. Like his life depends on it. Now, isn't that a thought? Izuku swallows as he watches the ball fly and meet gravity. And then follows several excruciating, silent seconds. Where he can hear nothing but his own maddening heartbeat. Aizawa-sensei turns at him and flashes the numbers, 46 meters. His mouth feels dry. He couldn't bring himself to look at Aizawa-sensei in the eye, he couldn't bring himself to look at anyone in the eye. He walks numbly to the vague direction of the rest of the kids. Know your best first. He looks up on reflex. Aizawa-sensei's eyes a set of dark pupils framed by bruise-like circles. His voice is inflectionless. That's the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. The words aren't meant for him. They can't be. It's meant for the whole class, but they stop Izuku in his tracks, somehow. The way he says it. The way it feels as if Eraserhead is looking straight at him, and only him. And then the moment passes and the teacher looks away. Next, he says, Bakugu Katsuki. The universe just loves to screw with him. And there he is, Izuku thinks. There he is. The first person Izuku sets his eyes on in any and every room. Whenever, wherever. Kacchan walks to the circle that Izuku was in seconds ago. That flash of familiar blonde hair, standing tall in UA colors and symbols. He looks like he belongs there. He looks like Kacchan takes the ball and throws it with a boom. Both the shower of fire and the burst of ashen, sweet scent Izuku would recognize it anywhere. Aizawa-sensei flashes the numbers. 705.2 meters. The other kids are murmuring excitedly, but there is a ringing in Izuku's ears and he feels sick, sick, sick. How could he forget? How could he dare to forget? This feeling, this shame. The deep red shame. The color red. He thinks. He is looking at Kacchan's back again. Losing to Izuku is akin of water to fish. Another name is being called up, but Izuku just stares at his shoes, numb. He doesn't know how long he does that he isn't sure if he cares anymore. Why is he here? Hasn't he always been a realist? And this is reality. The irrefutable reality that he can't escape. Kacchan stands first place, of course. As always. An absolute, immovable object of victory. A rule in Izuku's universe. Infinity. Izuku starts at the sudden erupt of loud shouts. He looks up, almost out of his consent. What? He mutters. She got infinity, dude. Kaminari's voice, since when has he been standing next to him? That's just insane. Infinity. Izuku repeats, and that's right, written on the monitor, the infinity symbol. Someone beat Kacchan's record, and by an impossible mile literally. Just who? My quirk is called zero gravity, the familiar girl standing in the circle says, rubbing the back of her neck sheepishly. I can nullify gravity. Oh, so that's what it was, Izuku thinks, remembering the way she had corrected his center of balance at the entrance exam, the chunk of concrete. That's amazing, he breathes. Midoriya-kun, Ojiro's voice reaches his ears, and Izuku's heart stops. This is it, he thinks. What a shame. He thought he finally got a friend. This one is going to hurt. Izuku turns to look at him. Yes, senpai? You did so good. Ojiro says. I think I did less than that in middle school. Man, I'm kinda nervous for my turn. Izuku blinks. Also, I thought we agreed we were dropping the senpai, Ojiro reminds him, lightheartedly. And I knew it. So you really did rank first in the entrance exam, huh? It's the oddest feeling, waiting for the admonishment that never comes. Izuku says, confused. Oh my god, this sucks, Kaminari says, messing up his own hair. My quirk is entirely useless for shit like this. I think I hit 40 in middle school. Midoriya, do you work out or something? Izuku stares. Yeah. I go to Ojiro-kun dojo. Maybe I should go too, Kaminari mourns. This is so unfair, not everyone has a physical enhancement quirk. I don't think my tail is any help for ball throwing either. Izuku thinks. He feels a little lightheaded, as if he just jumped off expecting concrete and landed in cushion instead. That's right, quirks aren't necessarily. Having no explicitly non-combatant quirk doesn't mean he can't be a hero. There are many heroes without such a quirk, heroes that still save people with their skill set. Even Eraserhead himself. Izuku glances at their teacher, who is currently handing a ball to the girl with the pink hair and skin. Even Eraserhead's quirk isn't exactly violent, but he's a nevertheless capable pro-hero. And moreover, Izuku thinks with wonder, Kacchan isn't in the first place. Oh, right, Midoriya, Kaminari says, curiously looking over at him. Now that I think about it, I don't know what your quirk is. Izuku's head goes blank for a second. Oh. Kirishima, ambling over, leans on Kaminari's shoulder with an elbow. Didn't he take down that zero-pointer with his quirk? No man, he did it with a lightsaber. A what now? It's a type of a regeneration quirk, Izuku says in what he hopes is an even voice. Oh, says Ojiro, who has given Izuku probably no less than 100 bruises in their spars for the past 7 months. Bruises that definitely do not heal on impact. That's so useful. Izuku smiles, wobbly. Pretty much. Damn, so you don't have a combatant quirk and you still took that robot down? Kaminari whistles. Dude, that's effing sick. Hold on a second, man, Kirishima says. Did you just say lightsaber? Izuku didn't think he could get overloaded, but that's the state of his brain as of now. No, is all he could manage to Kaminari and to Kirishima. It's not exactly a lightsaber, it's more of, an approximation of one. No way. Kirishima's face lights up like it's Christmas. You've got to show me. Does it make a noise? He actually did it the first time he made it, but then he realized what a huge nerd it made him, so he took it out. But I can add it in if you like, Izuku offers with a weak smile. Yeah. You can come join us in our sessions. Ojiro, who looks excited by the prospect of new students, is coming down on Kaminari. We do lots of mixed martial arts. Izuku here does kendo. Kaminari Denki, Aizawa-sensei's voice calls out, and the four of them immediately shut up in fear of another scolding. Kaminari looks like he's going to walk to his deathbed. Good luck, man, Kirishima punches his shoulder. Izuku watches as the test goes on. Some students get creative, the boy with the navel laser, which is very interesting, the girl with the most OP quirk he has ever seen that can quite literally create things, the purple little guy. Some others do have physical enhancement and/or combatant quirk. Ojiro, as expected, cleared the track magnificently. And then there is that strict boy from the entrance exam, the one with the glasses with his incredible speed quirk. And the quiet boy with the powerful ice quirk. But the rest of them are doing it without quirks, or rather, their quirks don't necessarily boost them in the test. The invisible girl, Kaminari, the boy who speaks in sign language. Just like Izuku, they go through the test like a quirkless person. His running track, 7.02 seconds. Grip strength, 46 kilograms. Average, Izuku thinks. They're all average without quirks. But the class continues on. There are no jeers, no sneers, no FNG freak. Deku can't do anything right. No one cares in the best way. He isn't exceptional, and it's absolutely fine. Sometimes Izuku's fear turns out to be true. But that doesn't mean they turn out to be as bad as he thought they would. Hey, curly hair guy. Izuku, who just finished his lap, turns to look at a pair of round eyes and a blinding smile. You passed. And you ranked first, huh? If sincerity is a person, it's her. You were amazing. Izuku hopes she passes. The furious blush on his face. How many times does that make today? As the result of his track run. Oh, Thank you. I'm so happy we are in the same class. I wanted to say hi much earlier. I've been wondering whether or not you're all right. They told me you were fine, but I was still kind of worried, you know? My name is Uraraka Ochako. This was all said very quickly, genuinely, and cheerfully. Izuku wonders if in a way, this was a karmic retribution, the best kind. I'm Midoriya, he says when he finds his voice. Midoriya Izuku. Nice to finally meet you properly, Midoriya-kun. She flashes another one of her megawatt smiles at him. It's gonna be my turn soon, so see you later. See you. Izuku watches her disappearing back as she jogs over to the track lines. Was that, he wonders in bewilderment, the fourth classmate that has made conversation with him today? It feels kind of surreal. A lot of surreal. Izuku's classmates don't talk to him. They laugh at him, make fun of him, taunt him, mess him up, but they don't talk to him. He guesses that's not true anymore. Midoriya-kun, can you spot me for a bit? Oh yeah, sure. They move to the gym room for the last few tests. It's the biggest, fanciest gym room Izuku could imagine. The facility is as impressive as the other ones. All that's left is the seated sit-ups and the seated toe-touch tests. Ojiro-kun expectedly does better than him at the first one, but for the seated toe-touch, Izuku isn't quite far behind. That's a new record for you, Midoriya-kun, Ojiro says when he's finished spotting him. They take turns with each other. Thanks, Izuku takes the water bottle handed to him. I still think my endurance is still kinda lacking though. Cause of your quirk, right? It's a miracle that Izuku doesn't spit his drink. I'm sorry. I heard regeneration types of quirk eat away stamina, something to do with metabolism, I think? Ojiro says, drinking his own water. Is that true? Oh, right. Izuku pretends that the print on his bottle is the most interesting thing in the world. He mumbles vaguely, my quirk counselor did mention something like that, change of topic needed stat. I still should build up more endurance though. I never see you out of breath, Ojiro-kun. Yeah right, Ojiro laughs good-naturedly. I wish. Shut up. Both of them startle and turn to look at the source of the voice. Unexpectedly, it's from the nice girl Uraraka-san. She seems to have been spotting another girl, the one with the amazing quirk, only a few paces next to where they are. They seem to have finished a while ago. Both are currently glaring at the boy with the sticky purple ball. The boy jeers. What was his name? Mineta. Why are you so mad? I was just saying that she looks. You've been harassing Yaoyorozu-san since morning, Uraraka says coldly. No blinding smile on her face. Cut it out. Mineta sniffs. You're just jealous you're not getting the same attention. Izuku starts at that, almost disbelieving his ears by the sheer awfulness of that retort. Both he and Ojiro have stood up, hovering over the scene. The other classmates are still clumped around the room, not yet paying attention to what's going on. What an a-hole, Ojiro says beside him, a pinched look on his face. Any other time, Izuku would have noticed that it's the first time he's heard Ojiro say a curse word. But Uraraka barely bristles at the shameless jab. I mean it, she says, like a warning. Her voice is low. Cut out. It's okay, Uraraka-san, Yaoyorozu says with a smile. She looks back at Mineta, the smile diminishing instantly. Stop approaching me, she says sternly. She looks very, very uncomfortable. I'm not interested in men. I can fix that, Mineta says. Yaoyorozu pales. Izuku doesn't know when he moved to stand between Yaoyorozu and Mineta, but suddenly he is. You can't say that. He's right, you can't say that, Uraraka says beside him. And then she lunges to punch Mineta in the face. It's a hard punch. Izuku has been punched before he knows a hard punch when he sees one. There is a crack and then Mineta is on the floor, flat. A heavy, shocked silence falls on the room. Izuku is caught between surprise at Uraraka's action and an overwhelming sense of justice. For a moment, he thinks Mineta passed out, but then the boy sits up, holding his bleeding nose. You broke my nose, he says, both shocked and furious. You fat beach. I'm sure there are a lot of other things this fat beach can break, Uraraka says. You are expelled, Aizawa says calmly. Izuku doesn't notice when the teacher has come over to their spot, an intimidating silhouette of black cut hard in the middle of the gym. The rest of the class, too, are paying full attention to them right now. And then the teacher's words sink in. Uraraka blanches. Izuku steps forward without even realizing it. Sensei, she did nothing wrong. Uraraka, seemingly encouraged by Izuku's support, raises her chin. I regret nothing, she says furiously. He was saying gross things to Yaoyorozu-san. Not you, Aizawa says, still in that calm voice. Pack your bags, Mineta. There is a very, very silent second where everyone in the class processes his words. What? Uraraka says. And then, in what sounds like odd understanding, she says, oh. What? Mineta squeaks. Me? But what do you? You may go to the nurse's office first. We still prioritize your health and safety, Aizawa-sensei drawls. Even if you are no longer a UA student. Here, you can give the nurse the slip. No one says a word. And then Mineta laughs, a terrified, incredulous sound. But, he says, disbelief in his voice. But why? I expel any student that displays zero potential, Aizawa-sensei says. He sounds almost bored. Such as you. What? Just because I called her because I said she has, Mineta stumbles over his words. It was just a joke. Aizawa looks unfazed. Mineta pales as he realizes that his teacher or who had been his teacher is completely serious. You can't do this to me. Mineta says, all blood drained out of his face. I did nothing wrong. Something in Aizawa's face seems to harden at that, though Mineta hardly notices as he continues to ramble. And this is only the first day, you can't expel me on my first day. We are free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students, Aizawa-sensei says coldly. Izuku finds himself, for the first time in his life, truly stunned. Izuku doesn't like most teachers. Izuku never likes teachers in his life. It's a slippery slope, a relationship that Izuku doesn't really want to contemplate. Teachers are, for most of Izuku's life, apathetic. They don't care about Izuku. Teachers aren't bad, they're not good. And they definitely don't believe you. Izuku feels like a lot of attributes to his life have been turned upside down today. But, Mineta says, a pathetic noise. But, here are the results for today's assessment test. The teacher continues on as if Mineta doesn't exist. A hologram lights up behind him, presenting their scores. Izuku can't even bother to look at them, and he doubts anyone actually does as they try to process what's going on. Mineta looks mortified as the situation fully sinks into him, but before he could raise another rebuttal, Aizawa-sensei seems to have fully lost interest in his assault case. "We are done here," Aizawa-sensei says. "There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom when you get back. Look over them carefully. Tomorrow will be packed with more rigorous tests, so prepare yourself." Dismissed. Mineta has started to cry. Aizawa does not show any indication that anything is wrong. The teacher calls out, "Uraraka?" Uraraka starts, staring unsurely at her teacher. She still looks a bit in awe. "Yes. Next time," he says simply, "don't tuck your thumb in your fist when you punch." The look of Uraraka's face looks like a mixture of utter bewilderment and absolute worship. "Yes, sensei." Aizawa turns to look at the rest of them once more. "Welcome to UA's hero course," he says. "Welcome home," Izuku says. "Hello, dear." His mom smiles. "I'm home. I cooked some teriyaki salmon," Izuku says, ripping the cling wrap from the plate of the aforementioned salmon. "I'll reheat them real quick. I think I used too much salt though." "That's fine, honey," his mom says, putting her shoes on the entryway. "How was work? Did you manage to get your shift changed?" "Oh, yes. Thank God, Nakamura-san finally listened to my request." Inko momentarily throws herself on the couch, cracking her neck. "More reasonable workload now, thankfully." "Oh, that smells good. I made some tea too. I restocked that sencha brand that you like." "Oh, thank you very much." Inko cranes her neck so she can look at what is visible of her son in the kitchen. "Are you trying to bribe me to allow you another prototype?" Izuku laughs, his back rising and falling with the motion. A comfortable silence falls to their small, warm apartment. His mother breaks it very softly. "How was school, Izuku?" The hum of the microwave fills the room while the scent of salmon permeates the air. Izuku takes a bowl as he opens the rice cooker, steam rising to the ceiling. Izuku says, "I think this is the best day of my life." There is a pause. Izuku can't see his mom's face from this angle, but he can hear the smile in her voice when she says, "That's great, honey." "Yeah," Izuku says. "It is." And for a split second, a part of him wonders. It's a careless, irresponsible, absent-minded piece of thought, but he thinks it anyway. Why, Izuku wonders, did he ever try to kill himself?